Oh, okay. That's enough. That is enough copyright. Pretty sure that would completely demonetize this stream. But who cares? Because it is May 23rd, 2026, Saturday, which means you're here. I'm here. And we're live. We are live. Oh, it's been a while, huh? It has been a while. Well, that's not true. That's not necessarily true. Because if you guys were watching the other channel, then you saw we streamed. Thank you for the subscription on Twitch, Eric. Thank you so much. We streamed yesterday playing video games. I told y'all I was gonna be gaming on the gaming channel, and we gamed on the gaming channel. A couple of y'all showed up, which we appreciate. Gotta play into my stream too, just to really make sure YouTube demonetizes the entire stream. But I don't give a fuck. I probably will play it. So, you saw me on Noah's chat. I am going to talk about that too. Don't worry about that. I have a lot to talk about today. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. I'm gonna be completely honest. I missed this. I never thought I'd be like, oh, like a streaming ass dude, but I did miss this when I was gone. I had a break. I was gone for about 8 days because I was in Nebraska. Now, a lot of people, when I told them that in real life, all had the same question, which could boil down to, hey, but why? Which, to be fair and balanced, is a good question to ask. I live in Southern California. I experience pretty good weather. I have the ocean nearby. I can go to the mountains if I want. I have a lot of things here. But because I have a lot of things here, sometimes you get curious about, like, how do other people live, you know? And I have a friend who lives in Nebraska. So I was like, two birds, one stone. I'm sorry, two foxes, one corn. I don't know. I'm trying to make this like a Midwest thing. But I was like, why not? So I went there. And y'all, it was overall good because I got what the experience I wanted. But oh my fucking God. Oh my God, is that weather bipolar? Out of the 8 days I was there, I was under tornado watch and storm watch for 5 of those days. And it wasn't like it was raining the entire time. It would be bright and sunny. Feed two birds at once going, oh shit, I just said that. But it'll be, by the way, this is on, like, if you're on YouTube, I have my latency at normal, so it's gonna be a little behind. I'm sorry about that. But the weather would be like, okay, it's like 11 a.m., noon, bright, sunny. 3 p.m., overcast. 5 p.m., warning comes out. 7 p.m., raining. Raining and lightning. Lightning with no thunder. Lightning with no thunder. Just lightning dancing in the sky. Rain. Hail. More rain. Floods. More rain. Next morning, clear. Rinse, repeat for 5 days. Yeah, it definitely was tornado season. And I was in Omaha and in Iowa. So I was in Nebraska and Iowa because there's a place, my hotel, which I will talk about because holy shit. It is located in this place called Council Bluffs, which is in Iowa, but it's like 5 minutes away from Omaha. Like it's right there. And I stayed in this place, y'all, for 8 days. Do you want to know how many times housekeeping came to my room? 0. 0. 0 times. 0 times. I had originally thought, oh, because of like we live in a post-COVID world, right? Some places, what they'll do is every other day, they will have someone come to clean up your room, right? So I got there on the Monday. I got there on Monday. My first day there. It's my hotel. I'm sure it's clean. We get it ready. Okay, cool. Tuesday comes around. No one comes out. Okay, come around Wednesday. Wednesday comes around. No one. And I'm like, okay. Thursday comes around. I'm like, all right, look, dog, I need some towels. I've been here for 3 days. You know, I need towels, what have you, and the bed sheets. So I call the front desk, and they're like, oh, you have to come down to get the towels. I was like, okay, you know what? Usually I'm staying at places where people will send the towels up with the house cleaner, but fine. I go to the front. I ask a bunch of towels. I'm like, hey, no one's come to my room so far. Like, what's the schedule? What's going on? And they were like, oh no, they were there. They were actually just there right now. And I was like, I did not see anyone. There's only 4 floors, including the bottom first floor. I am on the top floor, but I would have seen them. And she was like, oh, you must have had your do not disturb sign on your door. And I was like, I absolutely did not have it on my door at any point. Like, I left during that time. I went to out in Nebraska. I went to our friend's neighborhood. I watched the Mortal Kombat movie. I went to a zoo. Like, I went out, and the only time I saw them was when I was literally checking out. I checked out Tuesday morning. I could smell like bleach in the hallway. I opened my door. There was like 4 women with the carts, all the cleaning stuff there. Had never seen them before in the 8 days I was there. Go downstairs, no one's at the front desk. Why? Because they're all assisting in cleaning. So I'm like, there's like a once a week cleaning. I don't know, man. But the zoo was cool. I got to go to the Omaha Zoo. Although I went to one of the exhibits, the desert biome, and there was a fire that went off, so we had to leave. Just the biome. I got to see everything else. I'll probably post those pictures on like my Twitter and stuff so you guys can see it. If you follow me on Twitter, of course. But to top off my weather excursion, yes, when I came back home to Los Angeles, immediate fires. My job messaged me, was like, hey, by the way, there might be some delays because there's a fires all over this area. I was like, oh, that's exactly where I work. And near where I live. I come home to LA. First off, the craziest part like is coming down on the airplane and you look outside, you're landing in LA, and you just see the wall of like pollution. Like on certain sides, like a wall of pollution. And then it was clear skies. I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. LA is not that polluted in the sky. It's not as bad as it used to be. But I was, oh, that's weird. And then I'm in LAX. I keep smelling cigarette smoke. And then I'm like, by luggage, I'm smelling cigarettes. I'm wearing a mask, by the way. I always mask up when I'm in crowded areas. So I'm wearing a mask. It is still smoking it. I'm like, what's going on? I go outside. No smoke in the air, but just cigarette smoke. There was this guy next to me who's like smoking his cigarette, just like. So I'm like, all right. I'm waiting for the bus to go to the flyaway. So I move away from him. And then for like 5 minutes, he's just rotating in a pattern that just so happens to put him next to me. And I do not like cigarette smoke at fucking all. I think cigarette smoke is one of the most disgusting things out there. I don't like it. So I'm trying to avoid this guy. And I'm masked up. But like his cigarette smoke is starting to like cling to my mask. So I have to like take off my mask to put on a new one. But whatever. I get on the bus. It has air conditioning side, so I don't smell anything. Y'all, the minute I got off that bus, I was in hell. The sky, brown and orange. I'm like, it's not sunset. It's closer to summertime now, so the sun's been out for a long time. Just fire. Just everywhere. From where I got off at the LAX flyaway station to going to my house. Just fucking fire everywhere. And then I went to work next day and I was jet lagged. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. People usually tell me like, you should take the day off. I'm like, nah, I'll be good. I'll be good. I was jet lagged for 3 days. I was a zombie. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was barely doing any sort of work here. I was doing any sort of content. I was done. I can't believe I actually just got back. I came back on the 19th. Came back on the 19th, went to work the 20th, 21st, and I'm off until tomorrow. So I had basically on the 21st, I came back home and I passed out, and I was just fucking done for the whole day. Did I even upload during that week? It's been a minute since I've been on my streams. It's been a minute since I had a stream. But yes, we are back. I feel much, much, much better, which is good. Because I apparently took the 1 week off where a bunch of shit started happening. I'm like, why is this happening now? How come when I'm here, it's very slow? It's very slow when I'm here. But when I'm gone, suddenly everyone's doing everything. And I have to have a huge stream to catch up on literally everything. So that's kind of what we're doing here today. It's like a catch up on what I was doing, and I guess on the stuff I missed, because my God, even as recent as yesterday, things were popping off. And I don't know why this keeps happening, but it is what it is. I'm gonna my favorite political gamer content. I was on vacation. I told you guys I'd be gone for a couple of days. I did not mean to scare. I also, I missed you guys though. I did miss this. It was, I'm not gonna front. I was thinking about it last Saturday. I'm like, I'm usually in front of a computer, yelling to a group of people about things I find annoying for hours on end, and I'm not doing it. I'm watching Mortal Kombat, which, to be fair, I liked the Mortal Kombat movie. I liked it. How was the trip or the movie? Oh, the vacation was good. I was just talking about it. It was good though. I really enjoyed myself. I got to go to a zoo, and I got to just see how people lived over there. I will say one more thing though. That the a Midwest hospitality kind of thing. It is true. But what's also true is these people don't know how to interact with different people. I don't know. I don't know how else to put this. It's okay, so I get people talking to me when I don't want them to talk to me all the time. All the time. I go to a grocery store. Can you help me with this? Can you give me this? Wow, can you do X, Y, and Z? But the frequency at which that happened when I was in Nebraska, I couldn't be left alone. I'm not even exaggerating. We went to the Walmart because, Midwest, and it was right across from my hotel. So just get, me and my friend went there just to get supplies like food and shit, right? Because I want to pay for dinner every single day I was there. Anyways, I go there. I land on Monday. We go there. Immediately, 3 different people in the span of 10 minutes asked me to get something for them. Just me, no one else, right? And then on my second to last day there, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get some the Hot Pockets or some shit just to have in the hotel, so I don't have to keep going out when I'm hungry for a little snacky snack. Literally, I go there. I'm with my friend. There, we turn down the frozen food aisle. There's elderly dude, probably let's say like mid 60s, mid to late 60s. He goes still. Like I'm talking deer in headlights, and I'm not exaggerating. Like we're walking, it's like we turn the corner, and he just goes like he's looking at the frozen food, and he goes, and I was like, oh no way. So he's right here. I go around all the way, come back this way. He's gone. Okay, cool. He also went all the way around to follow me. So while I'm looking for the hot pockets to get out, he's right behind me. So like, this is me because it's black. This is me on the camera screen. So this is me. This is the guy. So I'm like looking at I'm looking here, right? I'm looking. He is directly behind me, and then just starts going like, oh, you must play football. How tall are you? I bet you, like, just saying shit literally to my back. And he only started talking to me because my friend was not next to me. You're like 7 foot tall, brother. Probably seen someone. Nope, that's not true. Because when I was at the gas station, or sorry, this place called Casey's, which I guess is pretty big in the Midwest, there was a black dude who was 6'7" right next to me with a beanie on. Big dude too, like probably could move a couple of like trucks, like big dude. No one said shit to him. No one. They were coming to me when I was at the zoo. We are looking at majestic sea creatures. We're looking at sharks. We're looking at like groypers. We're looking at just like a bunch of sea creatures. And this lady next to me wants to talk to me. I'm like, lady, we're at the zoo and I am the most interesting thing you want to talk about? Like, what? What are we talking about? Why would you come to this zoo and talk? Look at the animals. That's why I'm here. Like, it's insane. Not groypers. Like, not like fucking Nick Fuentes' people. They're fish. Groypers are fish. You guys. They're fish. No, I don't mean groupers. They're an eastern blue groper. The gropers are fish. These are real fish. No, god damn it. No, I'm talking about these. I'm talking about these. These are groiper fish. Groiper, not groupers. Like these are the fish we're talking about. Oh my god, not groupers. God damn it! I wasn't talking about groupers. Anyways, besides that, people were coming up to me, and I was just like, while I'm used to it in certain regards, I do not understand. I do not understand the fascination with me. Like imagine dragons. I guess the dragon, imagine dragons. But imagine a dragon was real and it was descending upon, and then everyone's looking at it, but then like 20 people come and want to talk to me. Like, Dragon's here. This is like Jurassic Park. Like, we went to a real life Jurassic Park and you got to see some exotic creatures. Because mind you, these were animals from all over the world, not just like Nebraska native animals. Like groupers like from Australia. Like you had like morays, we had like catfish, all these different types of animals. And you want to focus on me? There are black people in Nebraska. You want to focus on me? That's crazy. Like I am not so interesting that when you are out at a zoo, I should be your focus. All right? I should be your focus. Is the dragon black? No, it's a red dragon. But that's all to say. I have today, y'all. I'm just gonna let my old self say this because when I tell you guys this shit happens to me all the time, I mean this shit happens to me all the time. You should go to Japan in a Viltrumite costume. I am wearing a Viltrumite costume in Japan. What are you talking about? This right here. But this is some shit that happened to me today. So I will let pre-gym me explain this to you guys. But look at this shit. Listen to this. All right, so I went to the Shell station. I'm at the Shell, as you can see it. But just to get something before I go to the gym, right? And the dude in front, the actual cashier, this is why I fucking hate going in public sometimes, talks to me and goes, "Damn, you look like Juice WRLD's older brother." Then goes, "Oh, not trying to be rude." Then goes, "Do you hang around Chicago rappers?" Nigga, if you don't just give me my fucking 3 items, like what? But this is shit I'm talking about. Do y'all not know how to talk? You must know. You must be Juice WRLD's other brother. You must know Chicago rappers. Like, why? Oh, we lost service for a second, but we're back. But yeah, right. That happened today. Not in Nebraska, not in the Midwest. The Midwest overall was chill. That shit happened to me today. As of it's right now, it's 7:00 over here. So like 5 hours ago, this happened. And first off, he said Juice WRLD's older brother. I don't think he even has an older brother. But to be like, for those of you who don't like, who aren't understanding why, like, that's crazy to say to anybody, right? He's saying that because of my hair, first and foremost. Because he sees this person, right? He sees this person, and because of his, we look nothing alike. Like, even my hair is not even like, we look nothing alike. Okay, again, we look nothing alike. He saw a black person with just freeform locks and was like, "Oh, you look like you could be related to this specific black person because they also have similar hair." That was the interaction. I didn't get a, "Hey, how you doing? How's your day going?" No bullshit like typical small talk, "I'm a cashier, you're a customer" interaction. Just straight up, "You look like this dead rapper's older brother." And then to follow that up with, "Oh, do you," mind you, he didn't ask me if I'm familiar with other rappers. He didn't say, "Do I listen?" He said, "Do I hang out with other rappers, Chicago rappers?" Mind you, I came into there to just buy a Celsius and a Gatorade before I went to the gym. That's it. That's all I came there for. And just the process of buying something led to that interaction. Like, a part of me wishes I could have filmed it, because like that is yes, not even a "Hey, how you doing?" Just a "Hey, you look like this other black person." Like, that's such an insane That's such an insane thing to say to somebody, especially someone you don't know. You thought I'd be a rain guy? I go on and off with other stuffs. I've been fucking heavily with blooms though, but I don't like monsters. Monsters give me delayed energy. Celsius gives me energy when I need it. But again, this was just today. This is the kind of shit though that I deal with on a daily basis. It's that form of racism where it's like, oh well, they didn't mean it. It's the like plausible deniability race. Like you have to understand like microaggressions and yada yada yada. Oh, that's kind of racist. Because other people will be like, oh, he said you look like someone famous. Like, but no, right? He said I look like a specific black person, and the only thing in common with us that you could possibly go off of is similar kind of hair. And again, we weren't engaged in a conversation about music or any conversation. And this happens to me very frequently where I have to constantly navigate conversations because either people just want to talk about my height and then nothing comes from that, or they want to like ask me about sports and shit. And I'm like, I don't know you. I'm trying to buy, more often than not, it's when I'm trying to buy something. So if I'm at a register, there's a Vons by my house where something similar happened. So now I just go to the self-checkout. And even then, sometimes in self-checkout, random customers will come behind me and want to talk to me. Like, you guys do not understand the amount of people who have come up to me unprovoked to ask me the dumbest shit that they had just up here. Just no filter. I feel you when I had my dreads, a white person said I look like King Von. That's crazy. That's crazy. They said you look like King Von. That's. And for those of you who are like unaware of like these rappers we're talking about, I think the point's pretty clear. But imagine, I don't know what ethnicity most of you guys are, but let's just say for sake of argument, you're a white person with like blonde hair, just short blonde hair. And then every time you went out, someone was like, damn, you look like Steve Rogers. And the only thing you have in common with Steve Rogers is you have blonde hair and you're white. Or they're like, oh, you look like a fucking if you said King Von, you look like Adolf Hitler. And that's because you have slick black hair. Oh, you look like this white celebrity because you guys also have brown eyes. Like that's what I'm getting at. Like it's such a level of ignorance that they think it's a compliment. No, I'm comparing you to a cool thing I like because you look like cool thing. And the reason why I think you look like cool thing is because you're both the same skin color. Oh, you're a black guy with any form of dreadlocks? You must be a rapper. Oh, you're tall? You must do sports. It's shit like that, but obviously more racially tinged. Because my tall white friends don't get asked that. But me, basketball, football. Nonstop. 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 I get asked. And you know, the funny part too is I know this seems like a non-issue, but it's just the conversation after that never happens, right? It's how tall are you? And then you tell them that, and then nothing comes after that. There is no continuous conversation. There's nothing to build off of. It's they had an intrusive thought, they had an impulsive thought, they had a question, and they wanted you to answer it, and there's no follow through. How tall are you? I'm 6'9". And then it's always some my brother's dog walker's cousin's fiance's best friend is 6'4". It's always something tangentially related, but nothing solid. So I'm like, okay, what am I to do with that information? How did you envision this conversation going? You stopped me from purchasing something. This is actually real, by the way. You stopped me from buying my groceries at the self checkout. You got into my peripheral. You stared at me. You got in my way just to ask me this question that will not improve your day. There's no conversation to be had about this because I can't. You guys know I'm a yapper. I yap for hours on end, but how do I build off of that? And so I just let the silence hang, and then they realize, wow, this is a dumbass question, but I already asked it. Or my favorite, which is a classic. You must get this question a lot. It's I'm going to front load by saying, I know you get this question a lot, but I'm still going to ask. I'm still going to do this. Because ultimately, I don't care if you get asked this question a lot. My curiosity must be satiated right now. And then the conversation just dies. And I'm like, you guys are stopping me from doing anything all the time just to find out my height. I'm like, what does it matter? Like, what does it matter? I ask people that all the time, and no one ever comes with the answer. I'm like, what does it matter if you know how tall I am? How does that improve upon your day? Are you going to tell your grandkids you met someone who was 6'9" at the grocery store? Will that bring them joy? It's not like I'm unaware of the visuals of, wow, that's a big person. But like, to me, it's kind of like how we treat celebrities, where it's like, yeah, that person's famous, but like, do you really need to bother them while they're like running groceries right now? Like, does you letting them know that they're famous do anything? They're aware, right? They know. They're not putting themselves in a situation where they want to engage with people. They have their glasses on. I usually have headphones on. That shit don't work though. People don't give a fuck about headphones. Also, I got a haircut. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I don't know if you guys saw, but I got a haircut. If you watched the last time I streamed with you guys, I didn't have a haircut. You're 6'2", you don't get that question. Are you black? And besides that, you're not going to get height questions unless you're like 6'4" and over. Like 6'2" is not too above the standard deviation of being tall. But like, if you were, I called exotic for being half Mexican, half Ecuadorian, and it's always white women in 50s. Listen, I also have gotten the exoticism thing. I've been called a tall, oh, I hate this phrase so much, but I've been called a tall glass of chocolate milk. I've been called that. Hair looking good. Thank you. Thank you. Because that shit lined up. I once saw him take her to the gym. I had to go up because it was a one-slight opportunity. Honestly, I wouldn't go up to take her. Just because he fucking sucks. I do not agree with his politics. But that was just me getting the current, like, in the moment shit off my chest. Now, we're going to switch over to, we're going to do a little bit of gym talk. We're going to do a little gym bro, okay? A little bit of gym broy. All right? Because I hadn't gone to the gym in 3 weeks. I was feeling kind of bad 1 week. So I took the next week off. And then I was gone the other week. So I felt bad like 3 weeks ago on like Monday. So I didn't go to the gym the next week and when I traveled. So I came back and I was like, okay, let's see how we're feeling. Because a lot of my workouts really depend on how my body feels. And my body doesn't feel great a lot of the time. So I was seeing what I could do. So here's my first day back. My first day back at the gym after 3 weeks. And it's only 4 or 5. It's not like a crazy amount of weight. I'm just deadlifting 4 or 5. Keep the Miles Morales sucks. It went up pretty easy. So I was okay. My back hurt like a lot the next day. I'm not gonna front. My back was like, oof. I need to get a massage. But I thought, okay, we're doing pretty good. We're moving the 405. I edited it in a way so you couldn't hear the weight slamming. But look at that form. Right there. Oh, perfect form. Core engaged. Slack out of the bar. And then you just whoop. My goal, honestly, is I want to be able to deadlift 500 pounds. I think that's a solid. I think half of 1,000, so half a ton is like a solid weight to lift. I got a ways to go though. I got to probably start buying a belt. I haven't bought any like weightlifting equipment. I don't have a belt. I don't have any gloves. I don't have any wrist straps. But I probably need some. My right shoulder is fucking cooked. Like I could even bench like 225 today. My right shoulder would not do that. And I could bench over 300 easy. And that shit was like 200 pounds. I was like, oh. Also, between this and most of the work, I always get comments. I get comments of people saying I don't train legs. So I'm going to show you something that I did today. Okay. Because I do train legs. I just want to skip up here. All right. This is going to be my thighs, okay? We're not being gross, all right? We're not being gross. No one be gross about this. But I do train thighs. I do train legs.
For all the people who are like, oh, you don't hit legs. I do. I think I'm decent.
Like it doesn't look that good on my camera, but the lighting was good.
I just have bad calf genetics. Okay?
I just have bad calf genetics.
Bad calf genetics. I have decent quads. Not the best, I admit, but like people are like, oh, you only help your body. No, I don't. Okay, see.
Look at the quads. Too. I have some quad development here. Okay. I just have bad calves. I have bad calves. I know. I do
legs. I just have bad calves. All right, I admit it. I have bad calves, but I do
legs. Okay. You just saw me lift 400 pounds off the ground. I do legs. I don't have calf genetics. All right. I have long limbs. One of my homies' girlfriends mad thighs. But here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. My thighs are really small. My thighs are not small. I'm not gonna take the thigh slander. I'm not taking thigh slander. All right. I was maxing out on the leg extensions today at 300 pounds. Okay. I'm very long though. That's the thing people don't understand when they don't, like, if you don't see me in person, you're not going to get it. I'm a long person. My limbs are proportionate to my height. It's not going to have like a really, really, really like short legs and like long. I'm long. Like I have like the same dimensions as fucking like Victor Wembanyama. I have length to me. So because of all this length, things don't appear as big to people. But my thighs are, I can't wear most of my shorts because my thighs are so big. When I sit in a plane, I'm cramped. All right? I'm big. It's just because I'm long, people don't think I am. But like it's there. I know chat's coming from me. You guys supposed to be nice to me. I won't take that. I won't take that slander though. I won't take that slander, okay? You want to say, oh, you have bad calves. I admit I have bad calves. But my thighs? Nah. I won't take that. That's the disrespect I won't put up with. So you're saying fan art of you crushing melons with them could be canon? I could probably crush a watermelon with my thighs. But like, the funniest thing to me is when I look at myself is it doesn't look like I work out because everything's so long on me. But then like you see some of my lifts and like, oh, that's lifting kind of a lot, right? Like look at this. Okay, I am just to give you some perception, some perspective, right? This is me standing in my bathroom. This is me in my bathroom. The ceiling, my bathroom's not small. I'm over my door. Okay, I'm long. All right. So, but even like my arms don't look like big or anything. When I put on some shirts, it's not that much room between here and the sleeve and like the top. Okay, like we work out, but I don't look like it because I have to be like 3 fucking 30 in order for it to like I'm like a big swole dude. I just have long ass limbs. By the way, you see this? I had less room on the plane I was at. That's the shit I want to talk about. That's the shit I want to talk about. I don't know who's designing the planes for American airline planes. That shit is awful. Like I've been on other planes where I could at least like stretch my neck. Y'all, I was like, see this picture? Imagine if my head was like hitting it and I was tilting. That is how low the clearance is in that American airline plane. I was going like this the entire time. The minute I stood up, I couldn't stand up fully straight. I was probably like 6'6" the entire time. Going to the bathroom just to pee, barely fit in the bathroom. Literally like this. You know how I get on the planes? I pray. I buy a ticket and I pray. I pray that they look at me and they're like, sir, you're not sitting in that seat. Sir, we're going to move into the emergency exit. But play some defense for the Spurs. They need me? Nah, they don't need me. If anything, right now, I'm looking at the game. I think the Cavs need me. But no, but real talk, the seats at American Airlines, it's fucking insane, brother. I am tall as I feel. Thank you. Planes, I know I've spoken about this shit before, but planes used to be bigger. I've been my height. I've been this size for most of my life. Even when I was skinnier, right? I barely fit in the planes, but in the past I could, easy. We had so much room back then. And now all the seats are like this fucking wide. And the American Airlines ones, I don't know what kind of like plane they are, but I usually go on planes and you get like 3 seats to like an aisle, like aisles right here, 3 seats here, A, B, C, D, E, F. This one was just like A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. And people were cramped in there. Like I got lucky that at the back seat there was an empty like a pair of seats, so I could move up the middle divider and like lay sideways. Like it was bullshit, man. It was such bullshit. I remember what seat on the plane is comfortable for you? Honestly, emergency row. But it also depends on the plane size. Because I remember my last trip, not the one in Nebraska, but prior to that, I specifically paid extra for extra legroom. I am next to this woman who is 5'7". She's 5'7", and her knees were like this, and I was like this, and I was like, "There's no way that I paid for extra legroom." It was bad. Oh God, it was. Oh, dude, you guys, traveling for me is a fucking nightmare. All right, it's always a nightmare. Hold on. By the way, I want to ask them. You mentioned about your thalassophobia. So I'm like, okay, when was the happy first time? Mine would have been when I happy learning to swim. Oh, that's right. I know you guys saw it. I know you guys watch my videos because you always do. but in case you're new, you just subscribed, you just found me or whatever, on my video about Subnautica, I mentioned in passing that I have Thalassophobia and I have megalophobia, which combines into this third cool thing called megalohydrophobia. But 5'11" and is usually hard. Yeah, fucking. So my fear, thalassophobia, is fear of open water, deep water. And for me, it's more of an extension of the unknown, like being in the unknown and like living, like being in the ocean, being surrounded. Just the concept of being surrounded by like nothingness and not knowing what's in there freaks me out. And then the fear of gigantic things, which I know, ironic, I'm aware, but the fear of giant things, it's something I can't put into words. It makes my brain sweat and itch, and then I start to feel like an anxiety creep up my body. You like my Anita videos? Thank you. By the way, I know that week was rough because I was just dissecting a bunch of Anita Sarkeesian videos. But I really think that's important. I really think that is an important thing, which will be the main topic where we talk about in this stream, not just Anita, but like all of that. So we'll get to that too, but thank you for mentioning that. Thalassophobia, I'm terrified of giant voids in games. Same. The sea is definitely an unknown thing. My thalassophobia gets intense. I play Far Cry 3. I don't have fear. I'm not going over the heights unless it's secured. It's so, but for me though, it's less so. It could be. I could be in the sky. I could be in space. It's the concept of being surrounded by like infinite or nigh infinite nothingness. Like in terms of like a gap of information. Like I'm not afraid of like a deep lake because I know it can and can't be there. But also, if I was in a large body of water with no life inside of it, I'd also freak out too. So maybe it's a little bit deeper than that. But ultimately, it's just the idea of like me being exposed to like the rawness of unknowing. Like sometimes I imagine myself when I'm driving, which you shouldn't do, but like when I'm driving and it's dark outside and I can just see like where the sky and like where the landscape meets and it sort of bleed together, and then my brain starts going, there's no real separation between what's atmosphere and what's down here, what's space, what's not. And then I'm like, what if I just got stuck into space and I'm just exposed into space and it's just me floating in the endless nothingness, and then I have to put music on to distract my brain. It is a fear of mine that I never really acknowledged until I was about like 16, 17 years old, because I never really had to be in a position like that. But like it was always there. When I go to the beach, I only go into the water as far as I can feel the sand underneath my feet. One time I went too far and I almost fell because like the fallout point where like obviously the ocean floor gets lower, and I was like, nope. Mm-mm. And I do think part of that comes from the fact that because I've been so big my life, that I've always been able to like reach the bottom of something, like a body of water, like in a pool, and not be too far from the surface. Like I knew I could just sink down like 2 feet, and then I'm 6'9". If I sink down 2 feet into an 8 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot pool, I'm fine. I can go to the bottom of a 12 foot pool, kick off, come back up in like 2 seconds, right? I'm fine. But not having that surety, that assuredness when I'm in there, that probably started it. And now I'm like, oh, I can't. Especially in that movie that I used in the video, the Netflix movie, like the sea monster. Fuck no. No. The fact that something that big, I know it's fictional, but the fact that something that gigantic can just disappear in the ocean's depth? No. Absolutely no. Yeah, the sea beast movie, like absolutely no. Especially when you guys start looking at pictures like this, Like this picture, God, I know I'm doing myself. This picture right here, like this like fake shit doesn't matter to me. This right here of someone cleaning, look how big. Look how big. Look how big just the propeller is compared to this person. Look how big that is. Look how big that is. That's not no. And like these other ones are stupid. Like it's like exactly, that's just a ship. I don't like ships either. I will never go on a cruise. You've seen those images of like when people are like showing pictures of like a cargo ship in the ocean and how the cargo ship just looks like tiny and it gets swallowed up. Nah. But the only thing that helps me with my fear is these pictures that just look stupid. Like big dog, I'm not afraid of like this fake shit. Actually, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. This is mechanical. There was also the people who do statues underwater. I hate them. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. It's the underwater statues. There was one. Yes. Oh fuck. Oh god, this hurts. Oh my god. 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 Oh. Like this. Like this. Like this. Like this. I don't like that. I don't like it. But like why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you do no? Imagine it's like dark outside and you're swimming and there's just a giant person in the water. No, no. Oh, there's also the hands. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's the hand against the building. It's the hands, it's the this one. Oh my like no. Oh. No, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you build this? Why would you build this? Why would you build these things? Oh yeah, okay, no, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. 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 I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. That's fucking me up. Oh my god. That's oh my god. Oh my god. You probably find Returnal terrifying. I did play Returnal, and that underwater part scared the shit out of me. I speed ran that part. Okay. Oh, do I have problems playing God of War? God of War, no, only because my brain goes, "This is fake." But there's sometimes when I was playing the new God of War, because technology's gotten better, so they can put like bigger things, make them look more interactable. Yeah, that big ass mountain, I didn't like seeing it from the outside. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. But everything else in God of War, I could handle. I could handle it. I think like in a video game, like giant things because there's a technical limitation on it, it's easier for me to handle. But like when they go underwater, I'm like, oh fuck you. Like it's no, the world serpent did mess with me. It did mess with me. I'm glad I'm glad that you only had to interact with it a small amount of times, but that did mess with me. It did. You wanna know what part really got to me though in God of War? And it was in Ragnarok. I will show you. It is when it is when Kratos goes to find the fates or the Norns, and he has to go underwater and go through all of that shit. I didn't like that. Like that scene where he's going, not the Norns. Sorry, it was that Lady of the Lake. Not the Norns. It was the Lady of the Lake, I believe. When they were building that the weapons for no, it was the Norns. It was the Norns. I couldn't do it. I couldn't, dog. That cutscene, I was like, fuck all that, dude. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Here, it was the Kelpies. Goddamn. All right, here we go. Here's what got me. This got me. Okay, this got me. It was right here. Okay, so here, just
Found them. Of course, no Kelpie I know would do such a thing, unless he was disrespected.
because I know I love mythology, so I'm from lots of different myths and lots of creatures, so I know what a Kelpie is, but I didn't know they're gonna do this shit.
Walks on water.
Aye. No mystical water steeds to speak of in Greece, brother?
There were the hippocamps. They served the sea god. I battled one upon a titan.
That might not be her favorite subject.
Like this. Even this shit is scaring me. Even this shit's getting to me. Even like looking at the strands of seaweed. Like, I wish I could be brave like Kratos. I wish I could be brave. I wish I could be like, this is normal and fun and fine. And I didn't like it. I didn't like it, dog. I didn't like it. It's I don't know if you guys can see the little bit of tears starting to form in my. Oh, I'm getting sweaty. But yes. So just so you know that I'm real, I am not trying to play this up. I'm not trying to play this up for shits and gigs. That is legitimate fear of mine. If you ever played Devil May Cry 1, have you entered the underwater segment? I actually, funny you should say this, because I started watching Devil May Cry Season 2, and I know a lot of people hate it, I have decided to go back and finish playing Devil May Cry 1. So I'm starting all the way over. Like, I re-downloaded it. And I didn't know there was underwater part. So now I'm hesitant. Now I'm hesitant to say I want to play it again. But there was also another part in God of War Ragnarok where you get the spear, you forge the spear, and there was, for some reason, lady, like, another underwater section. I don't know why they have so many underwater sections, but I didn't like that either. I don't think these are good sections. Maybe I'm biased, but no one's ever been like, oh yay, here's an underwater section of a video game. That's my favorite part. Okay, all right, that's enough. I need to. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I was being brave. I'm not gonna play God of War Ascension. just know that. I'm being brave. I was being brave. Too much water. But unironically, those are your favorite parts. Get out of here. But yes, if I was working for IGN, if there was a game I had to review and it had an underwater level like that, I'd be like, too much water. Too much water, actually. Ocarina of Time says, don't bring that shit up. Don't bring that shit up. Because now I'm thinking about all the games I played that did have water levels that really triggered my phobia that I wasn't conscious of. God, the boss fight in Majora's Mask. Oh no, now I'm thinking about the new wave bossa nova and having that giant sea turtle. Then we have to go into the sea, the underwater eels. And see, now why'd you mention Zelda? Oh, stop! Everyone stop! Everyone stop! Please, everyone stop! Everyone stop! Everyone stop! All right. Now I'm thinking about giant eels. I have just handed everyone the tools to destroy me mentally. Good job, me. Mario 64 eel. I was gonna say that you're banned. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're not doing water anymore, okay? I told you guys this in confidence. This is something I was supposed to, to be like, hey, I'm a real person. I have fears, and it was only supposed to be between me and 2,000 of my closest friends. And now I feel like you guys are going to use this against me. But like, oh my God. Am I think my face is getting, my nose is shining right now because I'm getting sweaty. We're going to just quickly move topics. Someone mentioned earlier that they saw me in Noah's chat. Noah being Noah Samson's, not Crimes New Roman. I was in Noah's chat earlier because I was watching his stream because he's being sued by Ethan. And I happened to catch his stream when he was talking or moderating between him and FD Signifier and Bad Empanada. Yeah, I am sweating. I know. He was moderating between them. And it got to a point where I was like, what is happening? I think I saved a portion just to show you. This basically is the summation of what it felt like to watch that stream. I think I saved it. I definitely bookmarked it. Because I was like, this is getting insane. But basically he kept fucking cutting off FD Signifier and talking over him. And apparently he like somewhat forced his way into the chat. Yeah, Bad Empanada also called Dead Domain a Zionist. He also, I think, came after me for a bit too. And I was just like, if I can't find it, I'll just tell you. Basically, he was having a debate or discussion with FD Signifier about like a video he done. And every time he tried to ask FD Signifier to explain himself, FD would start and then Empanada would just talk over him, just continuously talk over him. And then at one point, they brought up the fact that FD Signifier mentioned that Bad Empanada had literally took something he said and made up a quote that he never said on some real like Rev Says Des type shit what he did to Pro ZD. And they were like, what you're not on, because Bad Empanada's whole standpoint was he can use slurs in service of his message, because what does that matter? Because the real issue is the topic I'm talking about. So he can talk about how Israel's treatment of Palestine is bad, but will also use slurs and call people like, I think it was like Zog slaves or like Goy slaves. And what FD Signifier was talking about was saying Zog is a neo-Nazi whistle, a dog whistle, because it's true. It's from the Nat Turner diaries. It is a term coined by neo-Nazis. Like it is in fact, Zog stands for Zionist occupied government, but it is in fact a term coined by neo-Nazis. Like that's 100% true. And they were talking about like using that terminology, using their terminology, even if you're not using it like against, let's say, a Jewish people, you're still using it in the same manner that neo-Nazis would use it about Jewish people. And that was his point. He was talking about like it's offensive to just say that shit. Like you don't need to use that in order to get your point across, but you say that because you want to be an edgy boy, that you want to center yourself and be the edgiest online leftist. That was where FD Signifier was coming from. And Bad Empanada was just like, what does that matter? What does it matter? Argue my points, argue my points, argue my points. And it got to a point where him and Noah, FD and Noah were literally talking about how Bad Empanada took something that FD Signifier said and then put quotes and said, this is what he said when he never said that. So it'd be like if like I did a video and I did what Rev did, where he said that ProZD said, you know, he doesn't want people of different races to voice different characters of different races. And he never said that, right? That's basically what Bad Empanada did. And when he got called on it, he couldn't even say my bad. He couldn't say sorry. He couldn't say I made a mistake. And FD Signifier was like, you can't even acknowledge. I can't even get you to acknowledge when you actually are lying now. I can't even get you to acknowledge that you made a mistake. And to me, that is Empanada's biggest fault. Obviously, he trolls a lot, but his biggest issue, and this, I think this applies to a lot of people too, is this belief that they are too smart to be wrong about something. Like when people do admit, hey, I'm not very knowledgeable on this, but I still feel like this way, people will dismiss that saying, well, you haven't read all the literature on this. It's like, okay, fair. But I don't need to read all the literature on what's happening between Israel and Palestine for A, to say that Israel fucking sucks, and B, to go like, utilizing terminologies that were coined by Nazis in a way similar to Nazis is not the best way to build a coalition. It's simply not. I use very aggressive language when I'm talking about people in the gaming space because I understand this space well enough to know that the people who watch or listen to like an Asmongold type or listen to like a Smash JT or Andy Pants or a God, that ever growing list of people, they need to be communicating in a very specific way because they won't listen to soft rhetoric. They won't listen if someone's just pointing out inconsistencies. They need that aggression for them to lock into what you're saying. But even with that, you guys never hear me calling people like slurs. I might call someone a dumbass, but like I'm not calling someone a racial slur. I'm not calling someone a slur of any kind. I'm just saying you're stupid, you're dumb, you're losers. That's neutral. But Empanada can't even recognize the fact that it doesn't matter ultimately if you are correct about something when you're an asshole about it. It doesn't matter how right you are about something if you're a dick, because ultimately people operate based way more off of feelings and like social cues than they do about just straight facts and facts and logic. Like people don't understand that. Signifier has been problematic when it comes to anti-Semitism, Zionism, Israel, and Palestine. Probably, right? I haven't seen all FD stuff. The stuff I've seen I've liked, but his own admission is saying he's not super well versed in that. He's more versed in like media literacy and talking about like white supremacy and what have you. But Bad Empanada believes himself, at least in my estimation, to be too smart to make mistakes. So even when someone's bringing that up to his face and showing this is what you did, it's a so what, or but you didn't talk about this. Like he wants people to, he won't admit this, but he wants people to give him a level of respect that is undue just because he's right. Like that's not how it works. Again, right? Like I can tell you guys shit that's objectively true. I can tell you the earth is round because that is objectively true. I can tell you that we have our universe is heliocentric. Our galaxy is heliocentric, right? That's objectively true. But if I'm presenting it in a way where I'm demeaning you and you don't need that to understand, I'm trying to get you to understand like science. Like, hey, you guys, the heliocentric model is accurate because we do in fact orbit around the sun. That's how we keep track of day. That's how we measure years. We use the sun for a lot of things, right? That's a better approach to get you on board than to be like, you're a fucking dumbass and I'm not gonna be nice to you, but I want you to come on board here. That approach to me works better when you are talking about a particular audience, because that audience is more receptive to that. And yes, Empanada doesn't care about intersectionality. He doesn't care about like optics or anything like that. And I'm like, to a point, you need to care. If you are trying to build a coalition of anything, there needs to be a level of base respect. Like, I can joke with my audience, you guys here, because I would like to believe there's a level of established respect where you guys can at least trust me enough to know that I have done the bare minimum research onto the topic I'm talking about, or if I'm looking it up while I'm talking to you, at least shows that I'm willing to be wrong and look things up. I have been wrong a lot. I've been right a lot. But I've been wrong about dumb shit too. When I'm like, oh, this person's probably going to say this and this, or we're doing a reaction video, and they don't say it, and I go, oh shit, I guess I was wrong. It's not that hard to admit being wrong. But the problem is we have people who are so attached to the idea that they have to be right all the time that they will double down on something that's easily provably false just to save face. And then when that doesn't work, they start to go on the offensive. They want to start attacking people, or they find other groups that will accept them for that particular flaw because they can utilize that to their advantage. And like, that's the main reason why I can't fucking stand people like Bampanada. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't fucking matter how right you are if you are an asshole. I used to watch Bampanada regularly. I stopped after his talks of Greg Stoke and Kat Abdul Ghazali. I also believe he's beefing with Anarch because he said he was in the Griffin video. He started shit with Dead Domain because of something on Twitter. Like, he is, I think, a man who does not take criticism well, and he also likes to troll, which is a bad combination. He's seen Marcus Snack up. I was wrong yesterday. I didn't know Shuan had a kid. I didn't know Shuan had a kid for like the longest time. Like, contrary to what people think, I don't like focus on a bunch of people's like personal lives and shit unless it's just thrown out there repeatedly. Like, I'm very much a person who's kind of in their own world. So when I hear about people, I was like, oh, they're still a thing? Not even trying to be mean, but it's like, I haven't heard. It's like if someone today was going like, TTB, and did you hear about what happened with Game Grumps? I'd be like, that's still like a thing people keep up with? Just to be clear, I don't have nothing against what's happening. I don't know what's happening with Game Grumps. If everything is happening, I'm just using an example. Whatever. I think I was enough of me just yapping about that type of stuff. Now we can actually get into the things I wanted to talk about. That was more, again, if you guys are new here, a lot of you guys aren't, but if you're new here, I spend typically the first portion of the stream just getting shit off my chest without doing a sort of like backup or anything like that. Just getting shit off my chest. But now, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously NBs, we are going to, I'm sectioning this off. There's going to be an overall overarching theme here, okay? Did you hear about Grumps? He finished his game. That's not true. That will never be true. But speaking of games being finished, first topic of today, we are going to talk about Destiny. Not the streamer, not Fate, but the game from Bungie. The game from Bungie. DJ, how's it going? Love the vids. First stream though. Oh, thank you. It's going pretty good. If this is your first stream, buckle in. We're going to be here for quite a bit. I have a lot of things to catch up on. So we'll go like more recent than just like, you'll see. You'll see. But thank you for joining first time watcher. So, if you guys have not been keeping up, Destiny is done. There will be no further updates. There will be no further updates to Destiny. As reported by multiple outlets. We will do from Polygon though, because if I try to go to Bloomberg, I will be I will be paywalled. They will be like, here's your email address. We're going to dox you. And there's that. There we go. Okay, so this is from Polygon. Destiny 2 spent years building up its ultimate high villain and never delivered the payoff. Whatever. Since Bungie officially announced Thursday that the live service development of Destiny 2 was coming to an end, which they announced right here. God damn it. Many longtime players, I find myself reminiscing about the good old days of dreaming about what could have been. In light of a Bloomberg report indicating that Destiny 3 is not in development and reports that Bungie is planning for a significant number of layoffs, some of the franchise's most interesting plot threads may never get resolved. Among them is all the narrative built up around, I guess that's Shivu Arath. I'm pronounced that wrong. I'm sorry. The Hive God of War, which might never amount to anything. So this is an article where people are just reacting to what won't happen. But the main article I'm going to get to actually is here, which is Bungie ending development. Bungie had originally planned on launching an update called Shadow and Order in March of this year that would have been direct follow-up to last year's Star Wars-themed Renegades. That would have been followed by other major expansions called Shattered Cycle and The Alchemist. But in February, Bungie announced that Shadow and Order had been delayed to June 9th. That's now the release date for the game's final update called Monument of Triumph. So to give you guys a little bit of backstory about me in regards to as this game goes, I did play the first Destiny, and I did play Destiny 2, but I kind of fell out of Destiny 2, mostly because they were doing some bullshit with the transmogs, how they were like consumable instead of like just being able to have it. And I was like, you know what? I am not looking forward to playing this anymore. I think it's kind of stupid. But I'm not the biggest Destiny fan, I'll admit it. But I play Destiny. So seeing this, I understand that there were a lot of people who diehard Destiny fans who are crushed by this. Understandable. Totally get it. I understand that being promised so much content and then finding out that your game's basically being shuttered in like a month, for all intents and purposes, right? Sucks. You thought you were going to get Shadow and Order. You thought you were going to get the Shattered Cycle and the Alchemist. And then they tell you not only is it delayed, but now we're calling it the Monument of Triumph, and that's it. That's it. That's all we're getting. I'd be mad. I would be legitimately mad. And in fact, a lot of people are legitimately mad, right? Like this whole article is talking about how they built up this villain that'll never come to fruition. I hate that shit. I hate when plot threads are not finished. I hate the tease. I hate all that shit. But you want to know what I hate? You want to know what I hate more than that, though? I hate when people do dumb shit like this. Was it worth it, Bungie? Were the DEI hires worth it? Your $250 million DEI flop just killed one of the biggest looter shooters to ever exist. This shit, I even said I hated it. You motherfuckers are beyond saving. Just remove yourself from the gene pool if you think like this, because what kind of idiocy allows you to form a thought like this? Fucking morons always using Women's Day photos as some kind of scapegoat to prove they know shit about gaming. Because of course, of course, let's not go after the heads of Bungie. Let's not do that. That'd make too much sense. Why don't we blame women? Why don't we blame women? Why don't we blame women? Oh, what do all these posts have in common? The companies are failing. It's not that they're women. It's that they're progressive dumbasses that do what they want, not what the paying customers want. It's simple. The pick on the left made Bungie a world-renowned studio. The pick on the right raises to the ground. I'm not the brightest LED on the strip, but the true Destiny killer. But Bungie made a number of glaring pivoted during their early ownership under Sony that backfired. It may not be DEI, but it's a bizarre obsession to pandering to minority friends group not represent. Like, what the fuck does any of this mean? What does any of this mean? And it's endless. This person actually agreeing with me. It's endless. You got to stop, man. Just stop pretending. We get it. You are the good guy. You worship inclusion. You want black people as the main characters every game. You want them to have a trans-disabled partner. We get it. But everyone's done with you and this fucking garbage. Now kindly fuck off. 4 likes. Like, it's this. It's all of this. It's all of this. That's actually a good picture of my face. Leave the women ruining your beloved franchise the billion-dollar company backs alone. You got 300 likes. They got 14,000. We all know those devs ruined the game. Like, it's so insane. These are all the comments. These are the comments. Like, these are the comments, right? This is the shit. This is the shit that I keep talking about. This is why people hate gamers, all right? Because a lot of you guys are so fucking stupid that you can't even process. You can't even, like, a person going, this person got 14,000 likes off 1 million views. That's a bad ratio. Most people here aren't agreeing with them. But again, you're mad. I'm gonna go big face on this for a second. I just said, I understand why you'd be mad. You were promised something and they didn't deliver. But instead of going after the person who would be responsible, Pete Parsons, that had a bunch, instead of going after Pete, like my mod said, Pete 25 Classic Cars Parsons, you're going after random developers. I ask you this. If I am your boss and I say, hey, you, I need you to go to this event. I have everything planned. Just be at the airport by 9 a.m. because your flight's at 11. And so you get to the airport at 9 a.m. and you find out that your boss booked you for the 9 p.m. flight, but the event is happening at 5 p.m. and he booked you for a 9 p.m. flight, and now you can't make it. Is it your fault because you showed up there? You did what your boss told you, but they gave you the wrong information. They gave you bad advice. That's poor leadership. They fucked up, but you should get the blame. If I own an airline company and I tell all my pilots that they need to fly into the ocean, and all my pilots do that, and my pilots happen to be women and trans and also straight white dudes, whatever, but it's the women's fault that the planes went into the ocean, I told them to do that. I said, everyone do this. Me, the leader. I said, do these things. But you're mad at the pilot? Like, this is what I'm talking about. There was a clear target. There's a clear person who was in charge of this shit. They are in charge of this shit. When you go to a hotel and you get shitty service, you talk to the manager because they're supposed to be running the ship. If my fucking boat crashes, I'm not going to talk to the goddamn waiter at the kitchen staff. I'm going to talk to the fucking captain because their job is to make sure the boat doesn't crash. But these fucking morons are so brain rotted that they're like, it's because of women. The game, and by the way, this has nothing to do with Marathon. Marathon did not cause Destiny 2 to cease to exist. Poor leadership skills. That's what happened. This is what's happening. But it's like, but these people are quite simply so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so brain rotted by all this culture war nonsense that they cannot even see the clear person in charge who's responsible for all of this as the one at fault. Maybe because he's a white dude, they can't picture a white man making mistakes. So they go after the women. And they will always use the Women's Day event. They will always do that. this used to be a good studio. But now, because there's women, do you think there's a fucking game studio, a AAA game studio, that's comprised of mostly women? Where is that at? Haven't seen that ever. Would be kind of cool if that existed. That's not reality, though. And to somehow blame this on Marathon, because they've said Marathon's woke, it's a new game. Like, Destiny's been around for a decade. It's been around. Destiny 2, when that shit launch? Destiny 2 launched September 6th, 2017. That's damn near a decade. It's damn near a decade. And you think a game that came out, for consoles, it came out March 5th. No, period. It came out March 5th. You think a game that came out fucking 2 months ago is responsible for that? And I know, yes, it came out 2 months ago, but it means being developed. You think since 2017, they were like, okay, we're going to fuck over Destiny 2, and we're going to just do Marathon because we actually hate making money? Like that's what you think is happening? That's what you think is happening. Not this motherfucker. Not this guy. Not P. Parsons. It's crazy how we let P. Parsons off the hook. Pete greenlit 6 rounds. No, let's read this. Let's read this, shall we? Removed by moderator. Wow. They removed it. That's crazy. They said, nah, dog. Pete greenlit 6 random projects with no intention of finishing them. Why is he not getting all of this hate? Appreciation thread. It wasn't Warframe. It wasn't Marathon or even Bungie that killed actually Destiny. It was Pete. Some shoes went to oblivion. He lied and inflated Bungie's shoe value just so he could get a fat payout and golden parachute, all while still doing mass layouts cutting Bungie's dev size, but nearly half. He misled and lied to Sony, leading them to waste $3.7 billion and then ran the company to the ground. If that wasn't grounds for kind of lawsuit, I don't know what it is. Like, it's how is he not getting the ire, but the fucking women are? Like, this is right. Look, anytime anybody posts posts like this, it's always because International Women's Day and companies will do their photo shoot. Everyone said it looks like they'll have women, like the Playground people, Playground Games, the people who make Forza and Fable. Like, the people in his own comment section are like, you're a fucking loser for the most part for doing this. Straight white man at the top of leadership burned the company to the ground. This has zero to do with DEI. Unless you stop playing the game because you're that offended of people you'll never personally interact with. Exactly. He gets everyone roasting him. What do I get? A bunch of fucking dumbasses. Except for this person. You're cool, Kenny. Bunch of fucking dumbasses, though. A bunch of goddamn dumbasses. Like, look. Yes, because it's working, right? TV shows being canceled after one season. LOL, movies underperforming and games all failing just because people have to carry to mentally ill. What are you talking about? TV shows being canceled after one season? What the fuck does that do with anything? Games all fail. All games are failing. Every game's failing. Like, do you want to know why I spent that week? Do you guys want to know why I spent that entire week talking about Anita Sarkeesian? Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why from May 11th to May 15th, I was talking about Anita Sarkeesian? It's this shit. It's right here. This is why. This is why I spent so much time talking about this. because these people have the same brain poison that gamers had in fucking 2014. They cannot articulate why they're upset when the answer clearly is fucking capitalism. The CEO said everyone can get fucked besides me. I'm making my money. Here's my 25 fucking cars, okay? I spent $2.4 million in 25 cars. That's me. In 2024. This is me. This is what I did. This is the CEO. This is your CEO, right? And then announced that he fired 220 employees. This is your CEO. Nothing for this. No fucking wheels turning in your brain telling you that the reason why this company is in this dire straits that it's in is because of poor management and leadership. Just like with Ubisoft in the Guillemot family. They have been poor stewards of their studio/properties for years. And now all that shit's coming ahead to where they need certain games to sell like insane numbers. And those games were never going to do that. But now, because of the culture war, people are looking at the games and going, this is why it's failing. It's failing because it's women. It's failing because it's a game with a black person. It's failing because it's queer people. And not because of fucking leadership. It's leadership. It's always leadership. It's always leadership. No matter what, it is always leadership. Whenever you are seeing a studio make bad decisions, it's not because the developers are like, you know what? Mind you, side note, because I hate this shit. Developers have no power. I need people to understand that. A game developer, if you work for a company, you have zero power when it comes to what gets implemented, what doesn't get implemented. You don't. You can have 30 different versions of a character that you love, and then their higher ups are going to look at it and go, make it more look like this. We want it to look more like Zelda. Look at fucking Crimson Desert. You had developers who were upset that they were just taking pieces of other games and just putting it into their game. But because that was what was going to sell more by the people who decide what goes in games, that's what they did. Developers don't get to decide when something is released. Developers don't get to decide how much money is being spent on a game. They don't get to decide who's hiring the voice actors, who's hiring the actors for doing like like mocap or any of the budgetary stuff. Developers can't do that. They can't. They are given a time schedule. Our investors want their bonuses. This has to come out by this quarter so we can get the holiday bonus. Like, if developers had the power these dumbasses thought they had, every fucking company would be Valve. You get the game releases when it releases. But that's not how it works. People who create things, for the most part, do not want to put out a shit product. They don't want to put out something that's awful, but they don't have time because their funding is limited. They don't have an infinite amount of funding. I'm talking about developers who are working for these studios, not these privately owned companies that are just like, fuck you, I'm Valve, I do what I want, right? Or companies like Rockstar who have fuck you money because everyone's buying their goddamn GTA Card Shark DLCs or whatever. Like, the average developer does not have the power to do that. Does not have the power to do that. If they had the power to do that, you guys would be on like Dino Crisis fucking 30 right now. You would have a sequel to all the games you all love because the developers love working on it. But that's not how that shit works. So to put the pen to pin the blame on all of this, what's happening with Destiny, on the developers and not the CEO or like a manager or an executive, no one gets the smoke but the developers who are busting their ass to make this shit, who, by the way, we're told, according to Paul Tassi, we're told about this shit the same time we all found out. So, like, make that make sense. They're working on different shit for you, And then they find out the same time you find out that actually we're done. Like, that's the. I'm trying to calm down because I feel like I've been yelling at you guys, and it's not your guys' fault. But this is why it's so insane to me that these people who swear they love video games, who swear they know about the industry, they understand, they have their finger on the pulse, they think that this is how shit works. Suicide Squad Kill Justice League was originally a Superman game until WB turned into a Suicide Squad multiplayer game. Yes, exactly. Or famously, Anthem, where the developers were still trying to figure out what they want the game to be, and then they find out there's a vertical slice of a game that doesn't exist that was put for E3 just to keep investors happy. The developers didn't decide to do that. Like, that's what happens, though. They do not get the power to choose that. Like, it's so dumb. Like, oh my God. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. How many times have we heard now that developers find out they're being fired from games canceled? Exactly. And they think that, oh, well, the reason why it's getting canceled is because Bungie was appealing to the woke. What the fuck does that mean? They always default to that. They're appealing to the woke. What does that mean? What does that mean? And I know Destiny's not shutting down, but effectively it is. If they're telling you there's no more updates after June 9th of a live service game, no updates to a live service game is death. They are shuttering it. But they always go, oh, they're appealing to the woke. They're appealing to these people. But they don't ever put that into actual terms that people understand. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're appealing to the, oh, because they introduced a character. They introduced a character I don't like. Therefore, they're appealing to the woke. Like, oh my. It's insane. It's insane. And then on top of that, right, you have people now saying that this is Marathon's fault. And I'm like, please walk me through that. Please walk me through how a different game, same company, different game. How does Bungie working on Marathon stop them from working on this other game? When has that been a thing? Like, are we now saying that companies can't have multiple IPs out at once? That companies don't have different teams working on it? Like, it's insane. It's completely idiotic. And I'm like, how is it that we are doing this all the time? Like, what does Marathon have to do with this? Like, what does Marathon have to do with this? Destiny 2 has been going on for 9 years. Like, if this was any other company, he would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, imagine if they were like, oh, well, Blizzard was working on a new, I don't know, StarCraft game, but they stopped. Oh, it must be because of Overwatch 2. It's Overwatch 2's fault that they're not doing anymore. They're not making a StarCraft 3. Or 4. No, StarCraft only has 2 games, right? Yeah, same. 3. Yeah, they're not making StarCraft 3 because Overwatch 2. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would that be the case? Be mad at the CEO. Be mad at the CEO, but don't take this out on fucking Marathon. That's insane. So now do you want Bungie to just not exist anymore at all? Because if Marathon gets fucking killed, Bungie's done. So is that what you guys want now? Like Bungie just doesn't exist anymore? Because they're no longer doing Destiny, which I understand. I would be upset too if I was a huge Destiny fan. I'm with you on that. But why are we not focusing on the steps that led to them being in a situation? How is it the developer's fault? Like it is always going to be on the head of management. Like when you're watching like an anime, right? And it looks like dog shit, it's not because the animators have no skill. It's because of poor planning and leadership. It's because they did not schedule this with any sort of realistic deadline. It's not because they hired an animator who was like, actually, I'm gonna make all these characters look ugly because this is my political belief system. Because they didn't have time. And then my favorite is when they go like, oh, but look at the concurrence, and this is they're gonna kill Destiny for a game that barely gets 88,000. Destiny and fucking Marathon are completely different games. Like, why do people act as if brand recognition isn't a thing? Most of the people who are talking about Marathon now either had no idea that Marathon was Bungie's like first game because that was a long time ago, or hadn't thought about Marathon in decades, especially in its current form. Destiny. This would be like if this would be like, okay, this would be like if people were like, the reason why Bungie no longer does Halo is because of Destiny. It's Destiny's fault they gave Halo away to 343 Industries. And that's why we hate Destiny. Because if Destiny didn't exist, then Halo would be a Bungie still. Like, it's that level of logic. It's like, you don't know. That has nothing to do with anything. You're making shit up. Sorry, my neighbor is yelling right now, and he has problems. But like that's just what I don't get. And also, like, again, comparing comparing Marathon to Destiny is so idiotic. And this is what these dumbasses keep doing. Like, speaking of a dumbass, look at this guy. It's always the Steam charts. It's always the Steam charts. Which is funny to me though. Which is, you know what the funniest part is here? He's trying to be like, oh, Marathon's failing. Marathon has a higher 24-hour peak and a higher amount of players playing at that moment than Destiny 2 did. But Destiny's 2 all-time peak was 3.5 years ago. It hasn't, which is still high, but it hasn't surpassed this. This is a 6, and look here. I wonder how Bungie feels about their 6-year-old game Destiny 2 having about the same amount of players currently in the game as their latest Marathon flop. He's obsessed with Marathon flopping. Marathon's a completely different game. Different genre. Extraction shooter. This is a game that has PvE, PvP. You can build a community here. It has 6 years of Destiny 2 on top of like decades of Destiny in total. But you're talking about Marathon? And you're like, oh, it sucks now. It sucks. It's okay. Again, I am completely just fucking floored by like just the overall level of discourse we have nowadays. Like, people are just angry, which I understand, but also just so gullible. So gullible. I feel better. I feel better now because Jesus Christ, you guys. That's. I think Destiny 2 numbers that we can't track were low. That's the issue. Like Final Fantasy numbers weren't indie on Steam, but that's because the majority of the players based on Square PC client, console client. That's true too, right? But like, we are also in a time period where people are forgetting like the most basic parts of gaming, like multi-platform releases, and they'll focus on one metric. Like if we were going by that case, then so many games would have failed. A lot of people play games on console, especially Destiny. But now we're in this constant cycle of just like, look at the Steam charts, look at the Steam charts, look at the Steam charts. This game must be a flop. It must suck. It must be awful. And like, what about, again, letting people enjoy, like there's fans of Marathon, right? And now they're going to have to deal with a lot of fucking losers coming into their fandom, gumming up their works because they're mad that their game is no longer being supported because they think somehow Marathon's going to get all the shit like what they were gonna get. Like, oh my god. Here, give me 1 second, you guys. All right. So that's enough about people being dumb about Destiny. Now, what I want to talk about though is another dumb person who we talk about a lot because holy shit, this is something now that's putting a smile on my face. Call me Thanos. But if you guys are not aware, and you probably are, probably aren't, but there is a content creator by the name of Smash JT, also known as Jeff Tarzia. And he is currently being sued by Alicia McConte because he is a harassing loser. So we'll go here. Just to catch people up in case people aren't familiar, So this lawsuit was filed December 11th, 2024. And as you can see, lot of movement happening on this. Lots of stuff going on here. Lot of stuff here. Like most of it having to do with Jeff simply not doing what he said that he would do. And so the vast majority of this is just simply the judge being like, when are you going to take care of this? When are you going to take care of this? When are you going to take care of this? And the last update was, May 20th. Oh, this is just a release. This is just a release in motion. Okay. Staff support for Magistrate Judge Settlement Conference regarding Rule 37 sanction by Alyssa Mercante. Let's just skim through this real quick. I think I can make this bigger if I download it. Here we go. Trust me. There's a point to all this. There's a point. There's a point to all this, right? Dear Judge Eskenazi, as the court likely recalls, my firm and co-counsel represents plaintiff in the case above. I write jointly with counsel for defendant to take the court up on offer to hold a virtual settlement conference as the amount of Rule 37 sanctions. We also intend this letter to serve as a status letter required by court May 12th, 2026 minute order. Parties necessary under the court individual rules. Defendant himself, defendant counsel are available for the virtual appearance Wednesday, May 20th, 21st, 22nd, 28th. So this is in regards to the sanctions because Smash JT, Jeff Tarzia, has not followed through with jurisdiction at all, with jurisdictional discovery at all. He's had to constantly be told what to do, when to come, when to do this shit. Like he has not been following through. In fact, there has been records shown that he has intentionally tried to make it as painful as possible. The reason why I mention all this is because, here we go, Dell, the Carter Dell, who is a game designer, game artist who works in game. He's in game industry, okay? Game dev. He's also a YouTuber now. He had a YouTube video talking about like why people release games too early. He's doing pretty well on YouTube. Let's give him a shout out on YouTube. The Carter. Why is it showing Andy? Del Carter. Is he not? Oh my god. Del, what the fuck is your YouTube channel? He doesn't even promote it. Oh my god, I'm trying to give you whatever. He's on YouTube. But first and foremost, he's a game designer. And so he started a thread in regards to Smash JT talking about Alyssa. And I love this so much because this has given so much more attention to the insanity of what these harassing losers are like. But I want to find the original. I bookmarked so many things. I bookmarked so many things. So many things. Here we go. So this is where it starts off with. For anyone trying to understand the context of this rewrite, please read the final line for applying. Alyssa Mercante, journalist, is suing Smash JT, a YouTuber, over what she in court describes as extended harassment and defamation campaign tied to video game culture war. We all know this. You guys have seen my videos on this topic, right? This is very true. It pretty much boils down to allegations that he repeatedly wrongly accused and defamed her across Twitter and YouTube, facts. Encouraged people to ostracize and target her, facts. Damaged reputation career, facts. And contribute to her losing income through journalist opportunities. Yes. Because of the stress of all of this shit, she had to resign from her position at Kotaku. And it's no secret that he had been stalking her to the point where he has her Blue Sky profile that he also constantly uses for pictures of her. Even recently, actually, I don't know if I can see it because whatever. Even recently, he like now he's going after Dell. Jesus Christ, dude. But even recently, he's had pictures of Alyssa. But now he's obsessed with Dell. Happy birthday, DEI hire. Like, he's racist as fuck too. Like, obscenely racist. But this is also a crash out. So we'll let me go why he's crashing out. So Dell just started summarizing what was happening in this case, what led to all this. Alyssa just wanted to not be falsely accused of weird things and harassed constantly, and Smash AT didn't want to stop attacking. Now he's facing consequences for his actions. No one is here, not because Alyssa isn't going to win, but because she deserves more money than whatever he can pay for what he put her through. And this is just Jeff lamenting about he can't afford to buy his wife gifts for Mother's Day, even though he has money.
Pardon the pun. It's in pretty shitty condition. And I'm like, we're going to need to hold off on that.
It's like renovations to his house.
Oh, how'd the call go today? And I'm like, we're just going to need to hold off on that. So it's stuff like this where I'm like, it really is unfortunate. I feel like I'm being targeted directly. I mean, how many people say stuff online?
This is my favorite thing he does, but also a lot of people do, right? Where they will completely flatten things to make it seem like something's happening to them was just preposterous, like it's just out of proportion, right? He's just gonna say people say things online, but how many of them good up are saying things online? He's being sued for harassment. Harassment is a very specific definition. It's not just people saying things online you don't like. Like I mentioned in my analysis of Anita Sarkeesian's videos, right? When they were talking about how she went to the UN because people were saying mean things about her. That's not why she went to the UN. And people just weren't saying mean things about her. People were making consistent threats on her life to the point where they called in multiple bomb threats to her speaking engagements, to the point where it was such harassment that she was put on talk nights, like late night talk shows. He has been harassing Alyssa for over 2 years. Plus, it's because it's continuous. And he wants to act as if he's just this guy who's just saying things on the internet.
And just comes and goes. But then yet I say something and fucking we're nearly $80,000 deep in a lawsuit at this point. And it still hasn't even been heard yet.
Hasn't also been heard yet because he is the one, like he is the arbiter of all of his suffering. He is the architect of his own pain because he had multiple opportunities to make this go away. Alyssa originally, which I thought was way too fucking kind, just wanted him to apologize and stop doing this. That's it. Nothing monetary, just saying if you continue to defame me and harass me, I will seek legal recourse. And he was egging that shit on. So that's where this started, right? And he's like, for some reason, people keep saying on both sides because I'm not trying to write things in an objective way without throwing insults. And then I was like, yeah, dog, don't ever give Smash JT the benefit of the doubt. And then the minute Hassan jumped in on this, people went insane. And by people, I of course mean Smash JT. There was me also showing that, yes, he's obsessed. Because he is. If you guys didn't know, Alyssa uploaded a video talking about. Damn, my hair was short back then. But yeah, he is obsessed. You guys can also watch this whole video. I'm not going to play it for you. But this just gives you a rundown of all that stuff. But because Hassan mentioned him, that's when you see Smash JT starting to crash out. But there's more to this shit, right? Because that was a small portion of that. Then we got to right about, oh, this is not mine. This is this is Dell's. This is not mine. But then we got to like right around, I should go on bookmarks. God, there's so much on him. Holy shit, there's so much on him. This guy, nobody. Now, nobody is a little cuck for people like Smash JT and the like, right? He's really into giving Smash JT all of his money. Like he's exactly who you think he is. Anti-trans, fucking weirdo who's literally donated so much money to Smash JT that at one point he showed his I believe he showed his pay stubs. But also obsessed with Alyssa Mercante, right? Obsessed with Alyssa, like they all are. And of course hates Paul Tassi and hates anyone who basically a little cuck. And also, mind you, just to give you, he pinned Smash JT's fucking give, send, go for legal defense help. That's how much of a cuck he is for Smash JT. That shit is not moving, by the way. The needle has not moved, but he's that guy, all right? And so he wants to run defense. Okay, Dell, say one thing that Smash JT lied about in regards to Alyssa. Say how he defamed her. Say how he encouraged people to target her. Say how he damaged her rep. Say how she lost income because of it. Because in the lawsuit, she says it was a mutual party with Kotaku. Can you answer why her lawyers accused and about lied me of being paid by Smash JT to make hit pieces about her with no evidence? Why is Vev say death in this lawsuit when he has never had a DM with Smash? You have every single game journal in your bio and you accuse without asking any questions. And then it's just a bunch of people fucking, mind you, this is what Smash JT was saying. When that video I just showed you, he's talking about how he feels targeted. Where's the lawsuit? Lawsuit happened December, right? November 26th. Where's the lawsuit? Alyssa Mercante lawsuit is a scam. Go one full day without talking about me challenge impossible. Pretty sure this is actual and pro harassment. When's the lawsuit, Alyssa? How's that lawsuit coming along? How's that lawsuit coming along, Alyssa? Ron Coleman and I are interested to hear more about your constant empty threats. Also, yeah, you are a baby killer, a self-admitted one. You most certainly are not the victim here. You can stop playing that card. You're two unborn kids. Piece of shit. But he literally was asking for this repeatedly. And so then Dell put his ass on the Summer Jam screen and responded. Hi, I wasn't going to reply to this because I was happy to move on, but in the replies, Smash JT was repeatedly asked me to respond point by point. I even triple checked that he wanted that, and he doubled and tripled down. So let's start here. Defamation. Paired together because they're legally connected. Jeff claimed Alyssa doxed him, which is untrue and potentially defamatory itself. What actually happened is that Jeff publicly challenged her multiple times to sue him, which we just showed that he did. By my count, he referenced or invited legal action at least 8 separate times. Then, when a lawsuit was filed, he claimed she doxed him because his address appeared in the filing. The problem with that claim is that legal filings generally require the names and addresses of both parties involved. That is standard procedure, not doxing. More importantly, at the time the filing went public, nobody would have known the address unless they specifically accessed the court documents themselves. And Jeff also had the option to request redaction afterwards. Instead, he immediately went to Twitter and framed it as malicious conduct. Oh, he went point by point, mind you. Like, he went in. Like, I'm not gonna read all of this. A, because I've covered this myself. But B, I'm just here to show you guys that other people are aware of this guy's shitty behavior. And he's like, you didn't hold back. Oh, I have absolutely held back. I have more points I could add, but I'm making a conscious choice to allow him to be an adult and ignore me, which he won't. He won't do that. He won't ignore you. In fact, he will send his people to your stream and shit to do this. So this is what happened. Dell was being courteous, and I told him, do not ever give people like Smash GT that sort of grace. because why would you? But he was being courteous. He confirmed that he wanted, are you sure you want me to do this? And Smash AT, of course, doubled down. And so what does Smash AT do when presented with this information? Oh, I'm just going to go on a fucking tirade about him. So first, and the thing is too, is he tries to act like he's just like witty guy, and we know he's not. We know he's not funny. We know he's not intelligent. He's none of these things, right? But he just starts crashing out about Dell. Like going back to tweets from 2024. To be racist, mind you. To be legitimately racist. Anyways, here's some photos of my last trip. I love Tokyo and Seoul too, but China's the only place I felt that was generally technologically, infrastructurally far ahead in the future. And his response to that, damn, the CCP is amazing. Honka. You see, he's trying to use AAVE to communicate with Dell, who, by the way, is British. So he wouldn't even use AAVE because that stands for African American Vernacular English. Hi, it's me, your teacher for the day. But again, Smash JT, Jeff Tarzia is racist. 100%. He proves it all the time. Then he calls him a DEI hire. Why? This week, Del Walker, BAFTA committee lead artist notorious DEI hire, which is a joke, was awarded the highest title of academic status in the UK from Norwich University. Again, DEI hire is a joke. He wrote this post in 2025. Jeff retweeted this 10 hours ago. Dell, I sat with Game Industry Bears to discuss my personal experience as a black man in the game industry who's found a certain level of success. Also, shout out to the most important mentor I've ever had, the entire goddamn Polycon community. And what is his takeaway? When you have to use your race to define your identity, you've already lost. I find that to be particularly funny, talking about people using identity, because if we just look at his output, right? Pathetic viral indie plantation simulator immediately caves to woke backlash. You want to know what he's mad about? A game called Plantation Simulator, which I did a video on, changed the slave's race or color from black to white. So now suddenly he gives a shit about identity. Fake moderate exposed. Colin Moradi is a pathetic liar. Why? Because he didn't hate Alyssa McConaughey. Pronouns. Asmongold completely humiliates Kind of Funny's Andy Cortez. Didn't. All he does is id pull. Everything Smash JT does is id pull. If you his kids on, Jesus Christ, dude. You're so fucking stupid being a kids. All he does is id pull. All he focuses on is people's identity. Oh, if there's a black person in the game, that's their focus. That is the focus. If they're black, if they're a minority, that's the focus. Remember what he said about Asha Sharma, right? That she only got hired at Microsoft because she's Indian. Like, that's what he said. He focuses on people's identity more than anything, more than anyone. But let's talk about this a little bit deeper now. If this is how black people are treated in front of, for lack of better terms, in front of the camera, right, by the gaming community, then wouldn't Dell talking about his experience as a black person in the game industry actually matter because of how blackness is perceived, at the very least, from the outside looking in? Like, that thought never crosses their mind, right? I told you guys earlier how I was immediately, just for being black and having my hair like this, immediately associated being a rapper. So like I look like someone's older brother, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, just because I'm black and have hair like this. You don't think there's experiences similar to happen to other white people across different industries? And maybe, just maybe, the reason why people talk about their identity is because people like you, Jeff, make it about people's identities. Maybe if you didn't have an output that focused on shit like fucking pronouns and how much you hate that, which is just stupid, or you constantly utilizing other people's identities and weaponizing it in order to get views on your dumbass failing channel. Because let's be real, for an account that has 130 subscribers to pull these numbers is not good. These are not good numbers. And notice how he always utilizes black people whenever he can. Yikes. Subnautica's ULA has people very concerned. Use a black person. Huge failure. Ghost of Yote is already over. Lies. Hideous thumbnails? Of course, because he uses AI. He uses AI for stuff for himself. He uses AI for people that are real, that he could just take a real picture of. But he'd rather poison the water supply that his kids will have to drink out of. Like, this is supposed to be a Nina Sarkeesian, by the way. This is supposed to be a Nina Sarkeesian. That looks like a cross between, like, Fran Drescher and I don't even know. Leaked. Anita Sarkeesian's private game industry lecture is actually insane. This isn't leaked. This is from fucking years ago. Oh, and he calls Khalif a shill because he likes mixtape. Like, this guy, like, you see how it says AstroTurfed mixtape billionaire connections exposed? Fucking stupid. But also, mixtape has nothing to do with gender identity or sexual orientation. But if you can look what he has on the thumbnail, he has the main characters in LGBTQ coded clothing. Like, that's a pride color heart. That's a pride shirt. That's a asexual, I believe, flag in that guy's beanie. None of these characters are trans or even queer at all. This is a person who puts identity above all else. So it's weird that he talks about Dell's identity. But again, all of this is by his own doing. It's his he did this. Like, it's so Journal Slop Mob Brigade assemble. 51 likes. Dog, your shit's washed. It's good I wasn't asked about direct harassment or stalking, because that would have made this thread much longer. Just the fact that he would take photos of himself on location she tweeted she was at only a few hours of staying. He did do this, by the way. Alyssa tweeted that she was at this place in San Diego, and then like an hour or two later, he tweets from that same location. And then he goes, Craze wouldn't fly dozen miles across the country to my town just for me to harass her is certainly a take. No, dumbass. The fact that, first off, she was in San Diego because of a gaming event that you weren't invited to, but she said that she was at this location. TwitchCon, she said she's at there, right? 7:20 p.m. September 20, 2024. And then he posts at 9:05 p.m. at the same place that she was just at. You weren't just going there. Also, like, oh, this guy who had a video of like literally executing her from a Kotaku, and he was like showing it. That's actually scary stuff. Oh, it gets we haven't even scratched the surface. I mean, I have spoken about this before, but again, he's crashing out over Dell. This is so weak that I cannot in good faith even bother to wasting my time pushing back, because he can't push back against this. This is literally why he's being sued. Show's over, folks. Let's get back to video games. Now, without even looking at what Jeff said, I know he's going to pull some racist shit like he's being violent, they all are, whatever, or hint at that. But this right here is him putting the gun away to illustrate that he was lighting you up. And since you admitted defeat, he's holstering it. And look at this. So the Carter Dell, after going on a long rant about how I was abusive and threatening to listen to content, you post this. Oh, the irony. If I used the same gift and anything related to Alyssa before she sued me, you would have used as evidence that I was threatening and abusive. Thanks for proving my point that your evidence against me was just all that, which is all complete and utter nonsense. My brother in Christ, this is the evidence being used against you in the actual lawsuit you are experiencing. I'm trying to keep track of the Carter Dell. If I delete stuff after that fact, does that make it go away too? Like he's obsessed. He is obsessed now. He's obsessed now. Of course, Hassan. He's obsessed with Dell now. After he asked him to do this. But the funniest part to me about all this shit is now there are just other people talking about like him doing all of this. Like he's trying to act like he's this innocent victim. And he brought all of this. Like he's literally crashing out. Here's in the past where him and Hypnotic were begging Alyssa. We're begging Alyssa to sue them. And now that she did, by the way, the reason why we know his name, this is Hypnotic's name right here, Gilberto Maldonado, is because Smash JT doxed him. He doxed his boy and then asked for the court to redact it. They sent out an official legal correspondence with the court. And then we're like, oh, we didn't check to see if anyone's name was being there, it shouldn't be there. And so then they got it redacted. That's how fucking lazy him and Ron have been about this entire case. Like it's, oh my God, dude. And the funny shit today, he was like, busy working trying to support my family because I don't believe in handouts or communism. I don't believe in handouts, bro. This is literally your pinned tweet. Like that's literally his pinned tweet. Oh, and this is the shit that he posted. This is the shit that he posted the second, a month after the lawsuit started. This is what Jeff posted. Him and Alyssa kissing. Like it's so insane, dude. It's so insane, dude. And here he is, once again, pulling out the bravado, right?
What the second round of jurisdiction? Because right now, jurisdiction was all on me. If this proceeds into court and we keep going, I'm going to get all that shit. I'm going to fucking destroy her. So I'm looking forward to it, Alyssa. I'm looking.
Can you use Colin and Alyssa's coalition and collusion in your court case? No. They can't. First off, in order for this to be collusion, this would have had to have been established prior to this lawsuit. Secondly, Alyssa talking to Colin Moriarty, she was on his Sacred Podcast Plus stream recently. Her going on that stream 2 years after the fucking lawsuit's been started does nothing for the lawsuit. That doesn't affect it whatsoever. That has no, because the lawsuit's about you harassing and defaming her. Has nothing to do with her and Colin. Like these people are so stupid, and he thinks jurisdiction is like. He thinks this discovery shit is like, okay, you're gonna get all the request is for your information because you have private group chats that you had that were based off harassing her. What would getting illicit information do for you in this case? What would that prove? You are the one being sued. You have to provide evidence that you are not harassing her. Now, if you were countersuing, then sure, you could ask for her information and be like, this is proof that she is actually harassing me. But this is not the case. This is not the case. You are he doesn't know how the law works. He doesn't know how the law works. Like he doesn't know how anything works, man. Like, how on earth does he intend to listen to Colin's conversation to defend himself against defamation? Yeah, like he doesn't understand. He does not understand what any of this shit means. Yeah, the Sacred Symbols episode, yeah, they didn't even talk about the lawsuit, by the way. That episode, you want to know what happened? Colin Moriarty hinted that Smash JT was the dumbest person he... Actually, I want to see if did I save that? You're one of the dumbest people on this app. I felt bad for you when I saw the video of you nearly crying, but then I realized it's your wife and kids I feel bad for. You deserve everything that you're going to get, and they'll have to face the consequences of your actions. Damn, it's like they make you comments in the fucking factory. Weird comeback. Oh, yes. What I was talking before. Nobody has spoken. This super mentally unstable acolyte from Machete needed to post his actual pay stub to prove to anonymous people on the internet that he has money to donate to a guy complaining about a bathroom renovation. Why would you do this? Why would anybody fucking do this? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. You're telling me people were saying you are donating too much money to this fucking loser because big facts. And your takeaway is to post your pay, which, mind you, you're working 83 hours a week and you're pulling in $1,600. You should not be giving away your money, dog. Actually, that's just before taxes, right? That's year to date. God, I hope it just starts job. That's year to date. He's taking home $1,200. You're taking home $1,200. Say you're making about, let's say, $2,400 a month. Why are you donating that money to Smash JT? Like, unless you don't pay for literally anything, like I'm talking about a car payment, a cell phone bill, groceries, gas, whatever, this is not enough to be like, I'm going to continuously support Smash JT financially. That's not enough. And this is not trying to like pocket shame, but you posted this on the internet yesterday. You should not be, first off, listen, I don't like this person to begin with, but you should not post your fucking pay stubs on the internet. Like, I don't know why you would do that. Secondly, since you did post this, we can look at how much money you make and we can tell that you are not in a position to be donating money. Listen, neither am I. I mean, I do make more than this on a straight up like hourly basis. I make more than this, but still, I am not going to post my shit on the internet as a way to own people. Like that's insane. That is just, yeah, his year to date is $1,600. I'm saying I hope he just got a job. I hope he just got a job. Otherwise, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why you'd show this fucking. Yes, exactly. $20 is not $20 an hour is not enough. Not in this current environment. In fact, I wish you were making more than $20 an hour, man. A week after not being able to buy his wife Mother's Day gift, he tells her they can't proceed with home improvements. in their kid's bathroom. Mind you, by the way, you guys, it has been released that Smash JT has an actual day job. So all this crying and bullshit he does is simply a way to get money from his audience, which, as I showed you earlier, is not happening. He wants to get that to that $200,000. He's stuck at 82,000. Not very bright. No, he's not. He's not. And the thing is, too, is he deserves it. He deserves this because this is the consequence for his behavior. His continual harassment of one particular individual has led to this outcome. Which brings me to now this is going to be a pretty long thing. So get a drink, get some food, buckle in. But I have been really just kicking this idea around in my head for the longest time now that there is a plague on the internet. I mean, there's multiple plagues on the internet, but there's a plague in this space that I happen to inhabit. This content creation space, this streaming space. And what it is a plague of hatred. There is a plague of people who, for one reason or another, do not have the creative capabilities to exceed in their chosen fields. So what do I mean by that, right? If you remember when I talked about Ben Bonkas a while ago, I made a video about it, how conservative comedy, how it's about less so storytelling and making people laugh and more about getting your grievances out and just grievance posting, like talking about why you don't like X people, why you hate Y things, and they're not doing it in a way that allows the audience to go on a journey with them. It's more of like an in-group where they're already full of hatred and they go to other people full of the same hatred. And so when they talk to them, it's less comedy and more of them just like preaching to the choir. Like look at like a Tony Hinchcliffe. Or if you guys want, there's an excellent video by Elephant Graveyard talking about Joe Rogan as like the comedy Jonestowns, which you know what? I will link that. I will link that right now. I think it's a great video. One second. I will link it to you right now.
Of the comedy world.
It's a pretty long video. Well, not that long for me. It's an hour 28 minutes. But if you guys want to watch like a really in-depth like breakdown of that. But yes, we are now experiencing people in creative fields who truly aren't creative, but want that same level of respect as their creative peers. It's the people who are using AI shortcuts. It's all that stuff, right? So what I want to do now is I want to kind of go through all of this just to see how we got to this point. And the point I want to start with when it comes to this space that we're in is, I mean, IRL streamers. How many of you guys are familiar with prank channels on YouTube? I'm talking old school prank channels on YouTube. Like years ago. Just if you guys aren't aware of how they used to work, I'll just show you an example of one. So let's do. How are you familiar with Sam Pepper? How many of you guys remember Sam Pepper? If you aren't, real quick, Sam Pepper was one of those OG YouTube pranksters. And that's all the setup I'm going to give you for this portion.
Today I'm going to be pinching girls' bums with my secret hand.
No, he thinks this is funny, but not everyone is laughing about a YouTube star's latest prank. Some, in fact, are calling it sexual assault. Tonight, KCAL9's Brittany Hopper is live in Studio City with reaction. Brittany.
Kent, a lot of people are upset about this so-called prank, including many of his followers. Now, this is the video that has this YouTube celebrity in hot water.
I'm Sam Pepper.
YouTube sensation Sam Pepper, famous for his prank videos, is causing a lot of controversy. In his newest video, he walks up to women asking for directions, then grabs their behind. He not only has many of his followers upset, but also advocates for women.
It's completely inappropriate. It's against the law. And it just sends a wrong message.
We don't know from the video whether the women are part of the prank, but the girl shown here, even though she's smiling, you can also hear her say, "I don't like that." I don't like that. Fellow YouTube sensations like Tyler Oakley took to Twitter saying sexually harassed.
Oh God, this is old. But yes. We don't watch all of it. This is posted 11 years ago, by the way. And yes, you guys are catching on. It is just assault. This is just an assault. So, prank YouTube as a whole has always sort of been fucking terrible. Hold on. Prank YouTube as a whole has always been terrible. It's been an awful thing. If it wasn't Sam Pepper, it was people like even fucking Jake Paul used to do pranks. Sam Pepper also did a prank where he pretended to kill someone. But Jake Paul did a prank. I think it was the murder prank. It was... God, this is a top 10. This is a top 10 list. People still do this. Oh, never mind. It's 5 years ago. Well, Jake Paul did a prank in which he got murdered in front of his fans. And for some reason, they thought that was funny. A lot of people in old school YouTube... Oh, you know, I should do Jake Paul fake death. But a lot of people in old school prank YouTube... Yes, here we go. Sorry, it wasn't Jake. It was Logan Paul. It wasn't Jake Paul, my mistake. Other Paul brother. This is the prank. Now, the audience looks very young. And I'm sure some of them are like, they're in on this prank or whatever too. But the idea that a prank would involve showing yourself violently killed in front of children, that doesn't really seem like a good idea. And then, of course, there is the famous non-prank, but the famous Japan trip for Logan Paul, which a lot of you will know culminated in him going to the forest. I believe it's called I can't pronounce it. Aokigahara Forest, aka Suicide Forest, where he filmed a dead body. Someone's dead body. He filmed it. And that was a huge thing, which naturally so. But prior to that, he was a menace in Japan. He was doing shit like, let's see, Logan Paul Japan. It was bad. Like even before the dead body thing, Logan Paul was being annoying as shit in Japan.
I just gotta be careful to not like disrespect the culture, because Logan, Japan is all about the respect. So I gotta take my chotch levels and bring them down. How far can we take this? What happened? What did he do?
No. I'm sorry, the filming.
Oh, it's the film. Oh, it's the vlog. You know how it is in Japan. They're all about the respect. Now realizing why they tried to arrest me last year. It's the same shit. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just a vlogger. Just getting content. Respect.
Like you get it. He also did like he was playing Pokemon with people, just throwing Pokeballs at Japanese citizens.
Excuse me, sir. The game seems to be malfunctioning. Mucho broken, though. Well, sorry, he's Snorlax. Wake up, Andy. Andy, wake up. We got trouble. The cars and merch to sell. Toyota, I choose you. No. Gotcha, bitch. He's gonna catch you. Okay, get him. Andy, get him. Oh, I'm gonna catch you.
But like overall, being super fucking annoying. Oh yeah, like riding on people's cars and shit in Japan and stuff.
Why use my feet when I don't have to? I want to buy this. I'm not gonna eat it though. It's just for content. Japan is all about the hottest fashion. These are kind of nice. Honestly, bro,
he puts in someone's car.
Oh.
And he also did like I believe he did a Mario Kart. Why do I remember all this? I don't fucking know. But he did like a Mario Kart in Japan where he was doing real life Mario Kart, that's what it calls. It was like annoying the shit out of people. I guess that's not up anymore. But needless to say, he was a nuisance when he was traveling abroad. And it's not just him, it's people like Ice Poseidon, right? Again, Sam Pepper. So you had the beginnings of nuisance streamers whose entire thing evolved around not being creative, not even being witty or really entertaining, at least not in the sense that I would find entertaining, but whatever. But their whole goal was to get as much attention on them as possible by doing the most annoying shit. And of course, there are streamers before and after that, right? You also have, I think one that's pretty infamous at this point is Johnny Somali. Now, Johnny Somali, here, just we don't even have, do we even have to go over like all his shit? We'll go over a couple of his stuff, but just typing in Johnny Somali and it's all this shit, right? Let's just look about, let's just look at some of the things Johnny Somali did, which is not his real name. Here we go. NBC. Johnny Somali, 25, a self-proclaimed internet troll, has enraged South Koreans by kissing a statue honoring tens of thousands of women forced into wartime sexual slavery by Japan. Now, obviously, this is not his first time. This is not his first time doing this shit. He had repeatedly he had repeatedly done shit when he went overseas. So let's actually look into some of the things that he did. Let's just do Johnny Somali incidents, like multiple. I'm sure his Wikipedia page has his controversies, right? Look, okay. The fact that he has a whole section called Incidents, Arrests, and Convictions. During his travels to Japan, his name is Ismail, by the way, made anti-Japanese taunts towards locals. This includes comments about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, such as him going to people and shouting, "Hiroshima and Nagasaki will do it again." Oh, wait. Is there actual... Why is that in French? Is there... Oh, okay, here we go. Troublemaker streamer arrested in Osaka.
Police arrested a troublemaking American live streamer on September 21st on suspicion of trespassing in Osaka. Johnny Somali and his cameraman allegedly entered a hotel construction site in the western Japanese city without permission on August 30th. Somali, whose real name is Ismail Ramsey Khalid, broke into the site with his face masked while Branch Jeremiah Dwayne filmed him for the live streaming. The 24-year-old Somali is known for his problematic behavior while live streaming from various parts of Japan. Police are investigating whether his other actions can be deemed as illegal. The suspects have told investigators they will not say anything until their lawyer arrives.
That's just... Jesus Christ, dude. That was... Yeah, okay, so that was just him in Japan. Just in Japan. Ismail occasionally assaulted and called racial slurs by locals who recognized him in public. In one incident, he was confronted by an American for his behavior, leading Ismail to state, "I'm a troll." The American is praised by many people on the internet for his actions. Okay. He's also accused of having harassed Miyoko, a Japanese Twitch streamer, which contributed to Ismail's subsequent 72-hour ban by Kick. However, she walked away from him after he had bragged that she could be banned if she showed him on stream, eventually bursting into tears, ending the stream. August 2023. This is where we're talking about he broke into the construction. December 19th. He was charged on the conspiracy to obstruction of business. The charge of trespassing on construction site was dropped. Prosecutors requested that he be fined $1,400. And then he went to Israel, which... if we're gonna keep it a bean, if we're gonna keep it a bean, I don't really care. But I will say this part: April 7th, he was detained at a protest in Tel Aviv for sexual harassment of a female police officer. He was released 16 minutes later, and later the same day went live again, saying he had witnessed a mass shooting at a restaurant. Ismail justified his action by stating that his status as an American citizen made the act permissible. One of the men was seen holding an item, possibly a weapon, but Ismail was not assaulted in it. So that's still bad, sexually assaulting somebody, you piece of shit. And then, of course, infamously, Korea, South Korea, which is currently where he's being held right now. August 2025, Jesus Christ. Johnny faced 8 charges in South Korea, including special acts of sexual violence crimes and obstruction of business crimes. On April 15, 2026, he was convicted of all the charges, including 2 deepfake charges he pleaded not guilty to, and is currently sentenced to 6 months in prison. In 2024, he went to Seoul, where he played loud, offensive noises on the subways, such as speeches by Kim Jong-un, which is insane to do in South Korea, and was ejected from a bus after playing loud North Korean music. October 7th, 2024. What a day. Ismail kissed and performed lap dances on the Statue of Peace, a memorial that commemorates young comfort women, sex slaves for Japanese soldiers during World War II, though he later apologized for his actions, claiming to be unaware of its significance. On one occasion, he bought ramyeon noodles and purposely poured them onto a table in the dining area. After being confronted by the store owner and told to leave, he proceeded to throw some of the noodles, making a mess. What is there? There's gotta be a bit of that too. There's gotta be a video of that.
Sorry, I'm black. I'm not gonna drink nothing. I don't drink. Here, no drink. No. Look here. Digo. I eat the ramen. I go, okay, sure. I'm gonna eat the ramen.
Right to say you should never have kids. Your father was right. Your father was right.
Oh. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's about as much as I can take. That's about as much as I can take of that. But there's more. On November 2nd, he was barred from leaving the country under probation for instances. On November 6th, day before my birthday, he uploaded an apology video in which he filmed next to the Statue of Peace, attempted to defend himself, saying, I didn't understand the statue. He also made a video talking about he wasn't going to go to jail. Can I find that video? What do we think? I'm not going to jail. I'm pretty sure he had a video. He's like, I'm not going to jail. Well, I can't find it. But that's just the kind of quick and dirty. Oh shit. April 23rd, the Korea Herald reported that both Ismail and prosecutors filed appeals, with prosecutors seeking harsher sentence. Damn. Getting cooked. But so whether it's Johnny Somali, whether it's Logan Paul, whether it's Sam Pepper, or whether it's Ice Poseidon, don't ask me why I remember all these people. But I'm pretty sure Ice Poseidon has some shit too. Yeah, he was, Jesus Christ, just in 2023? Just in 2023? I don't care. Beef with John Zerka. Live streaming in Escort. Ice Poseidon, along with fellow streamer and controversial figure Sam Pepper, of fucking course, were detained in Brisbane, Australia on September 2023 after streaming their interaction with Escort on live broadcast. Paul and Sam had a third person meet the woman. Later, as the woman received a tip-off from a friend that there were two other individuals in the room watching the stream, she tried to leave. However, her path was blocked by a man, leaving her in an uncomfortable situation. After Brisbane police received a tip-off from a confidential informant about the incident, the team member detained. It was later determined after a thorough investigation that no crime was committed, and the two were discharged from police custody. Their actions were deemed legal as they had taken permission from the woman. However, the live streaming platform Kick later released a public statement. Jesus Christ. Punching an attacker who sprayed him with acid. Okay, that doesn't feel like... Here we go. Arrested in Thailand. Towards the end of the Kick broadcast, June 23rd, 2020... I can't speak right now. I'm so sorry. June 2023, Ice Poseidon was in a restaurant in Bangkok with his girlfriend. While having a party in the lounge, 29-year-old wore lingerie and gave his partner, Kimberly, a lap dance. He was then apprehended by the restaurant manager who accused him of disrespecting Thai culture. When Paul and his friends defended themselves, they were informed that their actions were being filmed on security cameras and punished by law. And that's just 22. That's not even the worst shit he's done. Popular streamer Ice Poseidon kicked off Royal Caribbean cruise accused of hunting for swingers. Group of internet streamers removed from vessel after being a nuisance to other passengers. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, a streamer known as Ice Poseidon has been removed from a cruise ship along with several other streamers after the group was allegedly involved in several instances of bad behavior, including fighting on deck and allegedly going door to door looking for swingers. Ice Poseidon, whose real name is Paul Deno, is an internet personality, yada, yada, yada. Oh, he gained notoriety when he was accused of defrauding his own fans of $500,000 in crypto. I had completely forgotten about that. Oh God. According to reports, Deno and a loosely affiliated group of streamers were aboard the Royal Caribbean's Harmony of the Seas, turning what was supposed to be, for many, a vacation into a live stream fiasco. The streamer situation escalated significantly when two of them, David Ryan, also known as Chicken Andy, and the other, David Woods, also known as Black Ass Dave, reportedly became embroiled in an argument over another streamer. The two of them were filmed descending into physical violence, throwing punches and tumbling onto the floor in front of other passengers. They were reportedly detained by onboard security and dropped off at the next stop, I can't pronounce this, an island off the coast of Honduras. But it wasn't just fighting that angered other cruise passengers. Several streamers reportedly broadcast themselves rowing the ship, knocking on cabin doors in search of upside-down pineapples, a symbol widely recognized as being related to the swinging or partner-swapping community. Their antics drew irritation from other passengers, which led to some of the streamers receiving insults being thrown at them by other cruise voyagers. Others allegedly filmed passengers without their consent, adding to the complaints that ultimately led to their removal from cruise the following day. Deno and 4 other streamers were removed from the vessel at Costa Maya, Mexico, where their disembarkation was live streamed on Kick. Speaking as left the boat, Deno said passengers had been clapping as they'd gone. People were clapping on the boat. Walk of shame shit, he told another streamer on the dock. Like, he's still doing this shit. This happened on my birthday last year? He also accused someone of murder. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Okay, so yes, there has been no shortage of live streamers who are awful, right? These nuisance streamers, though, this is during its nascent stage, okay? These are the early stages of nuisance streamers, people whose, let's say, entire output is, for the most part, very, very, very annoying. Very annoying. And depending on which country you're in, sometimes being a nuisance gets you arrested, like Johnny Somali. But on the whole, I put them tier 1. These are tier 1 nuisances, okay? Because ultimately, what they're doing is just fucking annoying. But it's not, for the most part, super, super, super damaging. It's damaging in a way that this is going down a pipeline, but not damaging in a way that, like, this is going to, cause irreversible damage to them or other people. It's on the path to that, though, but it's like a low risk. Again, this is at the early stages. But then we have another stage, the next stage. And this is when just being annoying, besides Sam Pepper, I think he's his own separate category, but just being annoying isn't enough anymore. Because now I can go to a Johnny Somali. Now I can go to an Ice Poseidon. Now I can go to, at the time, a Logan Paul. Now I can go to so many other content creators or any prank channel on YouTube, right? So how do I evolve? How do I step it up? What if my pranks are no longer pranks, though? What if my pranks are now social experiments? What if everything I do now is no longer a prank? it's just a social. It's a social experiment. Do you guys remember a content creator by the name of Joey Salads? Do you remember that guy? Anyone? Is that ringing any bells? Is that ringing any bells?
What's up, guys? I'm Joey.
If it doesn't, let me show you a video from Joey Salads roughly 9 years ago.
Salads, and there's dirty sticks all over the hood. It's a dirty stick.
What the fuck did you say?
It says a dirty stick.
What the fuck did you say?
Dirty stick.
Dirty stick?
Stick.
That's not what it's... No,
I said
that's not
stick.
what you said.
It's a stick. I was pointing at the dirty stick. What do you think I said?
You know what I think you said.
It was a dirty stick. Look.
What's going on here, man? You know where the fuck you at?
It's just a stick.
You know where the fuck you at, man?
It's just a stick. That's a dirty stick. Oh, bro, what the fuck did you just say? It's a dirty stick. Bro, what the fuck? A dirty stick, bro. A stick. A stick. It's dirty sticks. Oh. What'd you think I said? You said stick, bro. No, I said stick. Look.
Dumb, dude.
You're on a prank video. Yo, what the My bad. Oh, God. That's a dirty stick.
So you just say?
Dirty stick.
What the you just say?
Dude, I said dirty stick. I said stick. I said stick. It's a prank. There's a camera. There's a camera. There's a camera. That's a dirty stick. There's dirty sticks all over the handball court. It says dirty. It said dirty stick.
Did you call us a...
So you get it, right? You get it. This is most of his content. Now we start going into the, I'm going to add racial tinges to these things, but they are just experiments, you guys. They're social experiments. Dirty stick prank in the hood, you guys. Now, what makes it hood? Well, there's minorities here. So I'm going to say dirty stick because I know there's brown people in this part. So if I say the word dirty stick, it kind of sounds like a slur for brown people, doesn't it? So I wonder if this will elicit some sort of response to show how insane these people are. Because look, I just said dirty stick.
Dirty stick?
I said stick. I said stick. Stick. Not just stick, not spick, stick. I said stick.
And the thing too is a lot of this shit is fake. Do you think these guys, look at their faces. Do you think these guys were actually seriously going to harm him? This guy's literally smiling. This guy's smiling. This fucking guy's smiling. This guy's smiling, right?
Just stick, not spick, stick. I said
and then he slightly pushes him. It's fake.
Sticks all over the floor, so when you back up, go quick so you break them. All right? What? Just sticks, dirty sticks. Just be careful. What? Oh, all right. I'm looking out for you. This park's dirty.
Like if we should do a prank like this, but on white people. Spoiler alert, he doesn't do that on white people. Nothing racial. Like N-word prank. N-word prank. But my favorite one is this one because
what's up, guys? I'm Joey.
Now we've graduated from calling them pranks to social experiments where I'm going to put a bait car and see if these poor minorities steal.
Salads, and today we're going to be doing a social experiment where I'm going to be leaving my trunk door open. And let's see if anybody steals from it. We got a bunch of stuff in here, like a MacBook Pro, some shoes, and a bag.
And let's just be really, let's just get ahead of this, right? He's going to predominantly black and brown areas to do these sorts of social experiments. And I don't have to play this whole video for you, because the point of this video, mind you, it's funny how he only has one group of people here, right? Like this whole video is just one. It's one person. It's these two guys, right? Now, stealing, bad, of course, but I want you guys to look at this now. Yeah, it's always racist, but I want you to look at this. There was a man who actually showcased Joey Salads hiring people to break a car. And you will never believe, guys, excuse, you will never believe who is one of the people that exposed. I'm just going to play it. This is the person who exposed them, by the way.
I hope you're watching, and I hope you remember this, okay? Because I nearly had a fucking full body orgasm. I had to go. I ran, I changed my underwear, I came back, and I was like, Hila, I know I have a pedo mustache, but we need to do this right now. Watch this. God, guys, just feast your fucking eyes on this fucking beautiful.
So this is him talking. Yes, times have changed, but this is Ethan exposing Joey Salads doing his social experiments.
Thing, is that Joey Salad standing in front of the same car with all these black hooligans? So what we have here is somebody oversaw this social experiment going down and filmed the whole thing. The same black actors that destroyed the car are standing with Joey right behind the camera as he does his introduction. What does that mean? If I have to spell it out, I guess that means that it's fake.
What's up, guys? Joey Salads here. And you may have seen on the internet and through the polls that a lot of black people don't like Trump. And they don't even like his supporters in some cases. So what I did was, I got a car, put some Trump apparel on it, and we're gonna park it in a black neighborhood and see what happens. As you can see from this video, the black community is very violent towards Trump and his supporters. I would like you to comment below what you think about this and what you think about the video. Please give this video a like, share, and subscribe. I'm Joey Salads. Thanks for watching. As you can see from this video, the black community is very violent towards Trump and his supporters.
You guys think, is this one real? I mean,
so what, first off, what a fucking insane thing to say. Like, let's say, for example, that was real, right? Let's say, for example, Joey Salad's social experiment was real. All that would prove is that the people who happen to be in that particular neighborhood didn't like that shit. But his takeaway was black people, just black people, not the people of X neighborhood, not the people of Y city, just black people are violent. And now, astute viewers, you might be sensing a pattern. You might be able to tell where this is building towards. But I want to take a slight pivot, a little detour until we get back on track, okay? This is a planned detour. There'll be planned stops along the way. Again, if you need to get water or take a break, it's okay. We'll be here for a bit. This focus on identity. So first you started with just being annoying nuisance pranks. First, you started with just being these annoying nuisance pranksters. Aside from Sam Pepper, who was just doing sexual assault. But annoying nuisance pranksters. Then that wasn't enough. So then you had to add that next, you have to get that next step. What's something that's going to really get me eyeballs? What's really going to tap into the public zeitgeist? Oh, identity. what if we started focusing more on the identities of people? Oh, well, now we have idpol. Now there's a whole other audience I can tap into. So I'm Joey Salad. I went from being a prank channel, which was just still me doing racism, but now I've leveled up. I no longer do pranks. I am now a scientist, a social scientist. I do social experiments. And when that happened, suddenly a lot of people started doing social experiments. Like a lot of content creators started doing social experiments. Joey Salad's being the one who did it most consistently back in the day, but a lot of people started doing social experiments. You might see that even now to this day, where people will be, here's a blind black person, here's a blind white person. Let's see how society treats these people, right? But that became the new thing. And that version has stayed to this day. But we are now focusing on identities. So again, like I said, the detour. Detouring it back to Gamerland. Back in the day, when a game sucked, the game just sucked. Maybe the devs were lazy. Maybe they were rushed. Who knows? But the game was bad. But we kind of just went like, the game's bad. That's it. Okay. Maybe if the developers had more time, but they didn't. So it's buggy. It doesn't look too good. Its performances kind of takes a hit at certain parts, et cetera, et cetera. But now that we've noticed that identity can get you a real bump in this creator economy because it's all based off attention. Well, who are these developers actually? Like, yeah, I think the last Halo game kind of sucked, but why does it suck? Can we look up the names of these people? Ooh, that sounds like a woke person. Oh, that's why the game is bad now. Because of these identities. Oh, look at my channel. Suddenly, I called this game woke, and I got 20,000 views over 2 hours. Oh, man. I wonder if I can continuously harp on the identity of people and the identity of just literally everything. I wonder if that's I wonder if that's a lucrative career choice. I wonder if that can make me a lot of money. Oh my God. Is this Endymion? How did we get here? How did we get here? By the slop. Oh, we're talking about the Odyssey backlash demands you accept Helen of Troy. The Odyssey backlash goes nuclear. Gamers don't have to be your audience. Oh, look, am I showing Indian man, a queer game character, and Aloy who can't kiss a girl if you choose her to do so? And is that a rainbow background? Oh, I wonder what I'm trying to get out of this. I wonder if there is a certain identity that I am attacking in order to make a profit. Huh. Oh, look, you guys hate hot women. Oh, it's because you guys are ugly feminists, right? Oh, look, this game with lesbians in it. Let's make sure we put the lesbian flag on the back of this. Again, not because I'm bigoted or anything, but it's just, these are why it's not doing well. This is why it's not doing well. Oh, not gay enough. I wonder if there's anyone else. I wonder if there's anyone else who really focuses on the identity of people of when they're doing their game criticism. I wonder, oh, why are ugly women in everything now? Oh, look, pride flags. Ugly, well, garbage. Why GTA was 6. Oh, look, pride flags. Xbox is dead because a black woman's in it. Oh, Dead Domain. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Oh, but look, it's gay trash. It's Call of Duty Girl Boss 7 with a pride flag and a black woman that I generated. Oh. What about the male identity? Ooh, well, these women are attacking men because there's a war on men now. Oh, there's no more badasses because these men aren't manly anymore. Oh, look, there's horrific caricatures of trans people. It's because, and they hate, because they're woke, they fucking hate Mafia the Old Country. Oh, Ghost of Yote because DEI. I wonder if there's other people who talk about DEI and women and being black and all that stuff. I wonder if that's. Oh, how did I get on Nerdrotics channel? Oh man, when I were talking about the Odyssey still, Obi-Wan Kenobi review. Oh, Black Snape again, Starfleet Academy. And we're going to put rainbows everywhere. Oh, I wonder if is there maybe a certain identity that we seem to just really, really zero in on? It seems as if once they were given the go-ahead to just input idpol into everything, they started inputting idpol into everything. Like if I just type in DEI, wow. How DEI harmed white millennial men. Wait, but these are politics. Politics can't be in gaming. Politics can't be in gaming. Diversity over DEI is destroying the air travel industry. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Are you telling me that there's been some sort of permission structure created by the larger society in which going after people for, their identities has now been a very lucrative endeavor by creating an out group based off of a myriad of traits that you can now financially benefit by hitting on said out groups? That can't be true. Because Joey Salads was just doing, these were just social experiments, right? These were just social experiments. Like putting a car in a black area to see if they steal. Like buying an illegal gun in New York. Black people racist towards white people social experiments. These are all social experiments, right? Like these are all social experiments. They had nothing. It's not like when he was talking about certain groups of people, he titled his stuff differently. It's not like he said shit like, I don't know, being in the hood to be a signifier as to, oh shit, dirty stick pranks in the hood. Oh, we just watched that video. I forgot. We just watched that video in which he specifically mentioned that he was in the hood. But when he's not in the hood, oh look, funny public hood pranks. Weird. Because all I typed was Joey Salad pranks. See, he says destroying phones prank, but doesn't tell you what area this is. Oh, but it's in the hood. I wonder why it mixes hood.
What's up, guys? I'm Joey Salads. I'm here today with my friend Steve. And today we're going to be parking really close to other people's cars. This way they can't get in. We're going to piss them off.
But what makes this hood?
Steve, wait over here.
He's speaking Spanish.
That's him. Yeah, that is him. He's too big to get in the car. He's too big, he can't fit in the car.
Interesting. I wonder why.
He's all confused.
And the best part about this, by the way, is one thing I love is that
you guys got nothing else better to do than to fuck a ball.
what I love about this shit though is it's just one person. He only ever gets one person, which is so funny to me. But Joey Salas, if you guys just joined the stream, Joey Salas also had a prank in which he lied about people destroying the car. Trump car, which is fake.
What's up, guys? Joey Salads here. And you may have seen on the internet and through the polls that a lot of black people don't like Trump. And they don't even like his supporters in some cases. So what I did was, I got a car, put some Trump apparel on it, and we're gonna park it in a black neighborhood.
Bro, fuck this guy. So I had other video ideas planned for today. Here, there's Joey standing in front of the camera with the car behind him, and then there's the actors, or just, he could have found people off the side of the street and said, hey, appear in this video.
So yeah, weird that the social experiment was just a lie. But I wonder why he specifically chose black people and portrayed them as violent. I wonder if there's like a trend of people, I don't know, like stepping on people's shoes. Oh, look. I've never typed this before. Can we look at the third option? Stepping on people's shoes in the hood. Now, this is 6 years ago from a black person. This is 10 years ago from non-black people. Now, black people are not immune from doing this shit too, because once some shit catches on, it catches on. But notice how the majority of people doing this were not, in fact, black. What they were doing, the majority of these people are non-black. And they are stepping on. In fact, I'm pretty confident that
What's up, guys, and welcome back to a brand new video. Before I start this video, I just want to say, if you guys are new, please hit that subscribe button, like this video. Today, I'm going to be stepping on people's shoes.
Hold on. Can I explain why the cashier thought I was a Chicago rapper? Racism. That's why. I can explain that easily. Racism. They saw my hair and saw that I was black, so they immediately said, you must know these rappers. That's literally it.
What?
Oh no, it froze. That's fine. But you're understanding now, right? We are now experiencing the phase of, what if we just go after people's identities? What if we just say, we're going to focus on you being queer or black or a woman or whatever, and that in itself is the justification for the kind of content I'm going to make. Oh, you're a woman in the gaming space? I'm going to harass you. Hi, I'm Smash JT. I love going after women and minorities in the gaming space. It's one of my favorite hobbies, to the point where I'm being sued. Hi, I'm still Smash JT. I'm going to create an entire video lying about Alana Pierce because I need the views. Hi, once again, I'm still Smash JT, and I'm going to be obsessed with Erica Ishii because I can go after her identity as a woman, and I can make fun of her appearance because I don't think she's attractive. Again, this is me as Smash JT talking. We had that cottage industry, right, of identity now being the end all be all of content creation. And in this space, we have to go here. Because if you want to talk about a guy who focuses a lot on people's identity, I mean, come on. Talking about Frogan. He talks about black people. He talks about Palestinians. He is like the end point. He is the end point of like the id pole creator, in which every topic has to be being anti-woke, he covers it. Oh, mixtape is bad because it's woke. Indians have invaded Portugal. Let's support this fucking dumbass non-reporter. Let's support Nick Shirley. Let's support these dumbass peoples, right? Like let's do that. Let's Anita Sarkeesian, right? And obviously other people have talked about this, but he's the biggest one. So we have to mention him in this example too. Talking about Nick Shirley. Oh, we're going to invade Iran. We're going to go after Cubans. We're going to do all this. We're going to do that. Black people again. Black people again. Black people again. Black people again. Okay, the David case is different. But like black people again, or people are being woke because they're Muslims and trans and oh God, another black person again, right? Because the idea with him is if you can show people in a certain light consistently, then you start to create narrative at people. That's kind of what we'll leave the show now. But that's kind of what
What's up, guys, and welcome.
That's kind of what Crimes New Roman was talking about in this video, right? With the pipeline. This is what he was talking about in the Drama Slops the School Shooter pipeline, where there are people in the pipeline that lead towards radicalization. And one of the things that they do is create these narratives. So let's say, for example, you're talking about someone doing crime and it's like a white dude. So you talk about it in a way, okay, here's the crime, here's this, here's that. But then when they start talking about people of certain ethnicities, there's an undercurrent that they talk about it, which is a dog whistle to a lot of people because of either what you said, how you said it, or what you chose to not say. So for example, if going back to like that Asmongold thing, right? He says, thank God for body cams, right? That in itself was a dog whistle because he's trying to tell you guys that it's a myth that black people are assaulted by the police, that it doesn't happen nearly as much as they say, and body cam footage would actually show that they are more aggressive, right? That's the hint. That's the dog whistle with the thank God for body cams. And the reason why I can say that without watching the video is because he's only doing the thank God for body cams when it's black people. Like you'll see, there is, where was it? How the fuck do you call him cop like this? I already passed it. Did I pass it already? No, I didn't pass it. It's we're kind of cooked. Thank God we have body cams. Black people. His TikTok prank got him in real trouble. Non-black. Police caught her stealing thousands of lotteries. Uses this picture. And then we have another one is thank God we have body cams for black people. Why just type in body cams? Look at this. Thank God we have body cams, black person. Thank God we have fucking body cams, black person. Thank God we have body cams, black person. Thank God we have body cams, black person. And then the one time it's not a black person. Then it's not a black person. Like you get it. You understand. You see what I'm talking about, right? So what that does is that builds.
What's up, guys? Joey.
Whatever. That builds certain narratives, certain beliefs that his followers will start to adapt. Right? So then when you hear someone talking about like, damn, black people get brutalized by the police. Not that much actually. Actually, most body cam footage I've seen, it's, them attacking the police. Or what he did when it came to Alex Preddy. How he was the first one to deny anything that happened, that the police did any wrongdoing. Or I should say that ICE did any wrongdoing. In fact, with Renee Good, he said it was a good thing. She should have just listened and followed, even though she did. Creating these narratives to justify their content, to justify someone being viciously attacked, to justify people's identities being attacked. Everything's woke. Everything's DEI. Everything is the fault of queer people, etc., etc., etc. We are now fully immersed. I'm talking for like 3 hours. Sorry. We're now fully immersed in aid poll. And now that you can make money off of this, anyone's identity is now something you can cash in on. Even if it's not an identity you yourself share. Yeah, you can just, like, I'm going to just type in woke first off. Just woke on YouTube. Hexit slams woke ideology in West Point speech. Ben Shapiro shreds woke and sexuality. Woke Jesus by the Babylon Bee. If you guys don't know, Babylon Bee is a conservative comedy website. Let's see. Bill Mayer brutally destroys woke culture. Grasslands are racist. More insane woke TikToks. Woke TV's back with a vengeance. This is just a joke, or not a joke. It's a response video. He's a good guy. Ben Shapiro. Woke liberals. A joke, I guess. Her again. Kind of the same people, though, right? The moon woke up. By the way, the moon woke up. I watched this series. It's so dumb. Woke teacher gets fired and evicted from social media. But again, identity, right? So it's no longer games. It's woke games. Places making its woke games exclusive. Fair games devs are anti-white wokes. You guys should watch this Never Not June video, by the way. Go Woke Go Broke, Woke Slop, Games with Woke, Top 10 Woke, Woke YouTubers, Woke Flop, Why No One Trusts Woke Game Drones Anymore, Woke Clowns, Woke Devs, Skyrim But Modern Game, Woke Based. These are good people. Pussification, Woke, Criminal Gay Indian. Oh yes, Wagner knows why. So it's just the worst game of the year. So everything is identity. The woke movement just admit that players are right along. Everything now is identity. Everything all the time now is identity. Literally everything. Woke movies. The 7 levels of woke movies, from subtle to extreme. Every woke movie flop explained in 5 minutes. Every woke plot twist that made audiences walk out explained in 8 minutes. These are fucking mouthfuls. Wait, woke plot twist? Wait, what?
Released in December 2017, The Last Jedi was expected to carry the legacy of Luke Skywalker and deepen the momentum built by The Force Awakens. Instead, the film introduced one of the most controversial twists in franchise history. Luke had become a bitter exile who rejected the Force. Early in the film, he famously tosses his lightsaber
How
over
is that
his shoulder,
woke?
refusing Rey's call for help.
The legacy of the Jedi is failure. Hypocrisy.
How is that woke?
Exhaustion. The twist redefined the hero fans had waited, injects himself into battle and dies from exhaustion. The twist redefined the hero fans had waited 30 years to see again. Mark Hamill publicly disagreed.
Not only just AI bullshit, but this perfectly exemplifies what I'm talking about, everything being idpol, right? How the fuck is this a woke plot twist? How is this a woke plot twist? How is this a woke plot twist? But again, I mean, there's also, I guess, woke the movie, but like ranting. God damn it, Richard! Like movies, woke TV shows. Not, I should say show, because woke is actual TV series. Every woke CW show explained in 8 minutes, and you have Arrow and Flash starring 2 white guys. Legends of Tomorrow, beautiful white people in that movie, or that TV series. Supergirl, starring a white person. Batwoman, lesbian but white. Every woke TV show flop explained in 8, I guess, flop guy. Every woke. We're getting woke TV back. How woke cartoons are brainwashing our youth. This guy sucks, by the way. He's such a pick-me. Tap dance harder. These movies and TV franchises just went woke. everything now, everything is woke. Everything's DEI. Everything's gay. Everything's whatever. Because now we're just fully into idpol. So first we started like nuisance streamers, right? If you guys weren't here earlier, nuisance streamers like Ice Poseidon, like Sam Pepper, who again, bad people, but Ice Poseidon, Sam Pepper, Johnny Somali, Logan Paul, specifically when he was in Japan, of those likes, right? Then we moved up to the Joey Salads and the prank YouTubers / social experimenters. And they started using the earliest iterations of idpol. Joey Salads, anytime he's in the air with black or brown people, suddenly he's in the hood. And I want to do social experience like him being violent. Because I'm in the hood now. It's Asmongold, it's Andy Pants, it's Smash JTs, all these people whose output now relies on telling you these woke, modern audience, etc., 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 etc. Because now we're in idpol. Now we're just fully immersed into identity. So then what happens when that's no longer enough? What happens when it's not enough to just talk nonstop about identity and othering of identities? What's the next step? The next step is you get to Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder is the inevitable conclusion to all of this. You start putting people's identities front and center as not things to showcase like diversity as a strength, but to target. You have the larger media system as a whole capitulating to these rather fascist ideologies to where people's identities now become isolating. We're no longer doing inclusion, we're doing exclusion. And on top of that, now we're able to pinpoint all the ills of society into one group or another. Why are all video games bad now? Well, because of obviously the amounts of gay people and black people in that space. That's why it's bad now. Not because of poor management or, capitalism, but because of that. Hey, you're a young person, you're looking for a home, but things are not affordable. You're trying to buy groceries, you can't buy groceries. Why is that? Oh, it's because Somalians and Haitians and Mexicans are all here illegally, and they're taking all your jobs and getting all the social benefits. So there's nothing left for you. That's why your material conditions are bad. It's because of that. It's because of these other people. Well, what happens when you combine all of that into someone who is not interesting, who is not talented, but is just angry? Again, you end up with Chud the Builder. Now, I see people in the comments saying Chud's not the end. Chud is the end. That is the culmination of that mentality. Because his entire content was based off of being in a nuisance streamer, adding a racial component to it, othering people, feeding into that belief system to the point where he became so radicalized that his whole content was antagonizing and trying to kill black people. That is what he's streaming. And now Chud the Builder is the most prominent, sure. But when I mean endpoint, I don't mean that there will be no one else. Chud will be the only one to do it. What I'm saying is that's level 3. That's third tier. What would Nick Fuentes classify as? Tier 2. Nick Fuentes stokes the flames. He focuses on idpol, but Nick Fuentes is out there streaming himself attacking black people. That's what I'm saying, though. There's a bunch of Nick Fuenteses out there. Hell, Asmongold is like a Nick Fuentes like. You have a lot of content creators who are operating in that space. So then how do you make yourself stand out? You go above. Not only are you pushing that rhetoric, but you're live streaming yourself in real life outside pushing said rhetoric, seeking the people you're talking about to do harm to them. And listen, it's fuck Asmongold, it's fuck Nith Fuente, it's fuck all the guys all day. But at the very least, well, Asmongold famously doesn't leave his home, but they are doing shit from the safety of their home, right? Chud the Builder is doing that outside. He is taking all of that and taking it to the next level, which has been the pattern. First, you were a nuisance streamer. Now you become this radicalizing or radicalized content creator that focuses on idpol. And once that's been set and you want to stand out, well, what can you do? Let's take a step back from Chud the Builder for a second. Why don't we talk about someone like a Jack Doherty or any kick streamer? You want to be a Twitch streamer. You want to be a content creator. You want to be streamer. Okay, you have to get attention. How do you get attention? Well, the easiest way, as we saw through the nuisance pipeline, is to just be super annoying. But what if we're super annoying and dangerous? What if I'm Jack Doherty and I'm filming myself speeding and getting into car crashes? What if I'm Neon, who likes to say slurs and also speed and do crimes? What if I'm, I forget their name, but what if I'm a kick streamer who's having somebody be tortured for weeks on them and have them die on stream? What if I'm that guy who keeps trying to film himself not sleeping for days at a time? That, this guy. Ooh, good thing I didn't have this up here. Sorry. What if I'm here? What if I'm Normie, a live streamer stayed awake for at least 12 days straight to break a record that stopped being tracked in the late 90s after people who tried to reported decade-long insomnia? What if I'm Normie? What if I'm this guy? Oh, that's not his content now, though. That's old content. What if I'm this? Surviving 100 hours in a white room. Microwaving 1 million popcorn kernels. What if I'm this? Standing still for 38 hours, world record. What if I'm this? Now, is this hurting anybody? No. But this is what I'm talking about, right? How do I stand out? What if I do this? Well, Mr. Beast counted to like 1 million or some shit and he got famous. So what if I, try to break the world record for standing still? What if I don't fucking sleep for 12 days? What if I pop 1 million popcorn kernels? What if I survive 100 hours in an isolated white room and see if I go crazy? What if I do this? It's the attention economy. How do you keep one-upping? What makes you different? What gets you views? For some people, it's doing horrific shit to themselves. For other people, it's doing horrific shit to other people. Again, it's the kick streamer. And I covered this video on my YouTube channel. Investigating the horrifying death of French streamer. Investigation has been launched into death of French streamer known for extreme challenges. Rapper known as Jean Pomenov was found dead at his residence in Contes, a village in Nice. Prosecutors said Forsythia had been subject to bouts of violence and sleep deprivation during streams and died in his sleep during a live broadcast, local media reported. This was streamed on Kick for content. Him being tortured for days on end. And if you want more about this, I did a video on this guy. Just when I said Kick is the worst streaming platform. Same thing with Jack Doherty, right? Getting into car accidents and then just leaving the scene. Like, that was the escalation. So then, if that's not enough, now we go back to Chud the Builder. What if my entire content, what if all of my output is singularly focused on Black people? but specifically how they're bad, how black people are aggressive, how it would be better off without them, how they chimp out, as she likes to put. Which I've also gotten those kinds of comments my own. I'm not going to lie, prior to Chud the Builder saying that shit, I never had those comments in my comment sections. Would I still get racism? Sure. But people, oh, you're chimping out. That was never a thing. I would never got that. And now that Chud the Builder starts saying it, I literally get that all the time. If we're talking about anything. And just to give you an example of who Chud the Builder is.
It's created because his mom fucked his aunt. Nigger. And his dad fucked his uncle and it made him. That's why he looks like
Somebody get him a banana. He's chimping out.
A banana.
We got way too nice of cars out here, bro. You're gonna get the chimp on it. Somebody get him a banana.
I think your dad's calling. He wants the car back.
We know your dad's not calling. That nigga ain't never called. He's still looking for the milk.
That's funny.
We like
you.
You.
Get some new shoes. Them bitches are talking, dog. These are one-on-ones.
The irony of him laughing at that because he's in jail. But of course, you're seeing Chud the Builder calls out a group of chimps for chimping out.
I don't need to ask you if I can exercise my freedom.
Tell us you can't record anybody.
The constitutional right to record. I don't need to ask you if I can exercise my freedom.
Tell us you can't record anybody.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Y'all got to learn the law.
Actually, you can't just record people specifically in public. That's not true. That's not true. He does know the law. You can't do that. You could record yourself in a public environment, sure. You could record a bird and maybe someone gets into the shot, fine. But if you are intentionally recording people, depending on what state you're on, you can't do that. Like California itself is a two-party consent state. If I'm in public and you start recording me and I'm aware of it, I can have you delete that recording. Especially because these are not public figures. These are private citizens. You absolutely can't do that. That's why when you go on TV shows, like game shows, and they show the audiences, you have to sign a release form. You consent to release. Because they can't just fucking put people on, okay. He doesn't know shit.
Y'all got to learn the law. Don't walk up on me. Stay right there.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Walk anywhere in public.
Keep coming up.
We're going to punch me? Walk anywhere in public.
I'm going to mace your ass real quick.
Mace? Oh, is that all? So you're one of those guys.
I'll spray the shit out you, yeah.
I would rather you punch me in my face.
Just learn how to act, bro.
Learn how to act. Learn how to ask. Learn how to ask.
Why are you acting like a nigga right now?
Acting like a what?
You heard me. Sit down.
Oh, sit down. If I stand up, what's the penalty?
Come on. Look at him.
If I stand up, what's the penalty?
Y'all need to learn how to act.
Go make a move, man.
Y'all need to learn how. We can record all we want around here.
Record it, brother, man.
Come on. Come chimp over here.
Yeah. So that's just pretty much all of his content. That's all of his content. Now everyone's just, I mean, he's, Jesus Christ. And now you have Twitter pages like Chimp Out, which is following black people, right? Chud the Builder, once again, attacking black people. Good morning. Got some sleep finally, and now I realize we'll try out some chimp geographic hopefully today. There's always a never-ending supply of the chimps chimping out. Also, what's asinine about this case is it shouldn't be the black guy charged with assault or attempted murder for literally hunting down and attacking this white man. So this is the end point to this sort of content, right? The constant escalation, the lack of creativity, the lack of originality, the lack of wit. And I'm a big face this right here, and I'm going to be very real with you guys, okay? When people are devoid of talent, but they envy those who are excelling in their chosen fields, this is what happens. It's no different. Well, it is different, but materially it's different. But ideologically, it's no different from all those people who call themselves AI artists who want the respect that actual artists get. It's no different from people who use AI to make videos and go, look at me, I'm also a director. I also make video games because I had this AI generate something. No, they aren't. And they know this. So they must constantly do outrage. It's why every time you see someone talking about AI on the internet, especially for like generative AI, they never talk about it in terms of, look how good this technology has gotten. It's always, Hollywood, your days are numbered. Because now I can make entire movies. Look at this TV show. I can make a TV show in a week now. Look at this anime. Well, I can fix this scene in an instant. It's always in hostility. It's always in contrast to the thing that they truly wish they could do. So with someone like Chud the Builder, he wishes he was an entertaining individual. He wishes he had charisma. He wishes he could do that. And we're going to go a little deeper here now. Chud the Builder is a white guy in America. He has it on easy mode compared to literally everyone else. And even given those advantages, even, again, from white supremacy, we live in a white supremacist country. Well, really, world, but white supremacist country. Even given those built-in social advantages, he could not compete. He was not entertaining. So he had to do this, go through the Nuisance pipeline, start off as a nuisance, because he has a record, mind you. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but our boy Chud the Builder has quite the rap sheet. In fact, he was on bond when he caught this charge, but he has quite the rap sheet. He's been arrested at least 4 times. But again, given all of these advantages, and he still could not compete. He still could not repeat. He just couldn't compete. Let's go over his arrest records, because I also think those are pretty illuminating. If I could just fucking find it. He's a disgrace. Yeah, he's a disgrace. And again, not the first time he's been arrested. He was arrested about, like 4 other times? Oh, there's just fucking so much. There's so much about him out there now. I'm trying to find the previous arrests, because everyone's focusing on this current arrest, but not his past arrest. Continue disabling. Oh yeah, I forgot to use his real name. His real name is Dalton, by the way. His real name is Dalton Etherly, which is just very southern last name. Very southern name. Very southern name for sure. Dalton Etherly. Why is the part to find his fucking arrest record? All right, I think did I find it? I think this is it. Etherly Dalton, boy 97, offense date 5/9, charge offense theft, $1,000 or less. Charged offense, disorderly conduct. Charged offense, resisting arrest. That was for, I think, this most current. Yeah, this most current. Wait, is there more? Oh, it's the same one. But this isn't the first time. This is not the first time he's gotten in trouble with the law. I wish I could fucking find the other images that had his multiple arrests. But I guess you'll just have to take my word for it. But yes, you guys, Chud the Builder, Dalton Etherly, has been arrested. And you'll never guess what he was arrested for. I'm kidding. You probably already know why he was arrested. I was keeping track of a lot of stuff. I'm sorry. You're scrolling. I'm scrolling through all this shit. All my bookmarks. New video surfaces of Dalton Etherly, aka Chud the Builder, threatening to kill black men before a shooting in Clarksville.
Chud the Builder, known for starting and harassing people. Starting things and instigating and harassing people, shoots and kills a black man. That's what it's going to say all over the headlines. They're going to say, he was an innocent boy, he didn't do nothing. Nigga, pull it up. Watch me shoot this nigga. Hey, bro, pull up. Pull up. As soon as I see you, bro, I'm fucking shooting your brains out. Let me see a nigger with a weapon. I'm not sparing another one, because I did it last time. That guy walking up with a gun drawn, should have blew his brains out that night. Live on Kick. Should have laid him down. Well, I spared him.
Spared him.
Should have. Nequavius Lamarson.
And mind you, this is just his content. All of his content revolves around us. He's eating by himself. He's eating by himself. And his first thought is, next time I see a black person, I'm going to kill them. Let me say slurs because I'm edgy and cool. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to make up a name because it sounds black. And I'm sitting by myself. And I'm just fantasizing about killing black people.
Scholar, future astronaut. It's only like the proper escalation, you know? It's only inevitable. It's only inevitable. A nigger's gonna pull his gun out and try to kill me. I'm gonna have to defend myself. And then the race war will begin. Unfortunately, that's not my goal, but that is what will happen if you have any type of extrapolation brain.
Any type of extrapolation brain. Interesting. Interesting that he said that. Because what happened here, Chud? What happened here?
To have a gag order on the defendant should he make bond, and I guess even while he's in the jail and has his, I don't know, iPad or whatever, but he cannot live stream, post, or anything that indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
That's a $1 million bond with the following conditions: no weapons, GPS monitor.
What's funny about this is these are white people. These are white people stopping his freedom of speech. Chud, you're a freedom of speech warrior. Remember we saw the video of you talking to those black people and threatening them. Why not here? I thought you cared so much about your freedom of speech. These guys are telling you can't talk no more, dog.
There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media and live streaming about the facts or the parties involved in this case.
Don't let them gag you, Chud. Don't let them gag you, Chud. You were just talking about how you love your First Amendment right. Remember when you were coming on those black people? Oh, by the way, are you guys familiar with Jake Lang? Because Jake Lang was also at Chud's hearing.
All right, for the record, Mr. Ethley is now in the courtroom with Chair Justice. All right, take him into custody.
He got held in contempt.
Take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody.
Look how deflated these people get when they actually face consequences, because this shit's not the internet. You want to pop off on the internet, okay, but if the judge says shut the fuck up, or you get put in contempt, unless you have a goddamn good reason to keep going, shut up. But now look at him. Quiet. And just to give you guys a comparison, this is Jake Lang here. But Jake Lang, when he was at the I think it was a Texas like hearing. Yeah, he's basically he's a January 6er. But when he was in a Texas yeah, here we go. Sorry, yeah. He was in a city council meeting. Oh, I'm not gonna wait. I don't want to get doxxed. Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, I don't like it. Never mind. This is him. This is the same guy. This is the same guy.
To the Declaration of Independence that's a Hindu and Muslim. Thank you. You all deserve to be strong. I can talk if I want to. No one has ever looked across the plains of Texas in the football games and all the amazing.
He was in Frisco, Texas, like 3 days ago. And now here he is in Tennessee. And where's all that bravado?
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed, and I'll talk about that in a second.
Reasonable to have a gag order.
This is the gag order.
That's a $1 million social media live streaming about.
But I think I skipped a couple of steps. Because we don't know why. We don't know why Dalton Etherly is facing attempted murder charges. So here's CNN, which, I mean, always show my email address. Here's CNN. Live streamer known for racist content, that's understatement, faces attempted murder charge with bond set to 1.25 after courthouse shooting. Here we go. Etherly, 28, turned his body in a belated stance towards Fox and reached for a firearm in his jacket pocket, after which a physical altercation happened, the warrant said. So, you might have heard, especially from people who are fans of Chud the Builder, saying he was defending himself. But that's not actually the case. He was the aggressor, which, showing you his other content, not that hard to understand. He was the aggressor. He was in a bladed stance towards Fox and reached for his firearm. And then a physical altercation happened. And then he fired his weapon and Fox was struck multiple times according to the document. Fox, who is black, which is important obviously, is a disabled veteran and a loving father of 3 amazing children whose life had been severely impacted by injustice, his mother, Carolyn Smith, says. The live streamer now faces additional charges, including employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon, the Montgomery County Sheriff said. During his arraignment, we heard 1.25. Based upon the fact of how many people were in the courtyard over here at the courthouse and the series of the felonies. Now, the reason why he was in the courthouse was because he was going there on the other charges. That I showed you guys before. He was already in trouble with the law. It was oh, they have this whole history of controversy here. Sick. So this is why he was going there in the first place. Prosecutors in the case describe Ethan as a live streamer who filmed content, including rape charge content on social media. The affidavit says, when restaurant staff told him to stop live streaming, Ethan became disruptive and started making racial statements, so saying the N-word, yelling, screaming, and causing a scene, the affidavit said. Ethan then allegedly stated, I'm not paying if you're kicking me out, and they refused to pay for his meal, costing $371.55. A few hours after the incident, officers found Italy walking on the street. When they told him he was under arrest and tried to place him in handcuffs, he pulled his arm away. The affidavit said he then was arrested without further incident. So that's where you get the whole resisting arrest from earlier when I showed you guys his arrest record. That's where the resisting arrest comes from. He was later granted release on a $5,000 bond according to the judge order. So that's another reason why his bail is set so high, because he was already out on bond. When you're out on bond, you're not supposed to try to kill somebody. I feel like that's a very like easy thing to not do, right? Like if you're out on bond for this shit, you're not supposed to make laws. You're not supposed to do more crime. Especially try to kill a person that you were aggravating. A hearing was scheduled at the Montgomery County Courthouse Wednesday morning, and a civil case between Italy and Midland Credit Management court showed he allegedly owed the debt. Oh, he's also in debt to the credit company. Like that is. Other videos of Italy posts on social media outline a history of using racial slurs and at least one instance of using force against a black person. Italy could be seen spraying what appears to be a chemical agent at a black man, repeatedly calling him the N-word. I mean, I can say it, but I'm just not gonna. After the man knocked the hat off his head, according to a video he posted on X. And so now we get to his feature. Italy, wearing a marked Montgomery County Jail jumpsuit, could be seen closing his eyes for a while when the judge announced the bond amount. Attempted criminal homicide carries a possible sentence of 15 and 16 years in a Tennessee State Penitentiary, the judge said. Italy's track record on social media reveals a history of posting videos, him using racial slurs towards black people and minorities, including this one instance of force, which we just talked about. Steamer often refers to black people as chimps in his online videos. After Wednesday's shooting, Italy licensed himself. Speaking to first responders, he recounted walking past a group of people who Italy said were laughing and pointing at me. Italy said he was told to walk away by one unidentified man in the group who approached Italy saying, I have PTSD. He said, you start saying all that chimp out shit to me and I'm going to hit you. And he hit me. He started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him, he said in the video. Which is a lie. Previous arrest ties to the arrest line. We just talked about that. So yeah, so that is Chud the Builder. He shouldn't have resisted. Is what they always say. True. But that's Chud the Builder. A man who, again, has a previous record. A man who is untalented. Who's a fucking loser. Who has to create this, who just has to be racist. Right? Just being racist is his whole shtick. Same thing I've been talking about this whole stream. I think that's all I have on Chud the Builder for right now. But actually, you know what? I think there's a little bit more on Chud the Builder. I think there is his... I think they have trying to block people donating to him. Here we go. Oh yeah, there was more. Judge rules Chud the Builder cannot use crowdfund towards $1 million bond. Chud the Builder, real name Dalton Italy, has been charged with attempted murder in the shooting of a black disabled veteran, Joshua Fox. So let's say here. He claims self-defense. Seizure of his electronic devices also showed that he recorded and posted provocative videos in which he, we know this, but he cannot use. During a hearing Thursday, May 21st, a couple days ago, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office investigators presented their findings in investigation to the shooting, which went down outside of Montgomery Courthouse. Surveillance footage showed eagerly approaching Fox, who was present at the court for a child support hearing, and getting into a verbal altercation. Eatley, who was in possession of a selfie stick, walked away but then reached for a firearm in his jacket after Fox approached him. Eatley told investigators that he was reaching for mace, but the footage showed him trying to pull his gun out of his jacket pocket. The firearm is clearly visible in the footage, investigators added. Eatley's attorney, Jake Findley, claimed that his client was placed in a headlock during the physical altercation. That fall, she tried to pull out his gun, but lead investigator Michael Weber said the surveillance video does not corroborate those claims. 7 shell casings were recovered from the scene, and Fox was shot in the torso and one of his arms during the incident. Eatley also suffered a gunshot wound to the arm, which investigators believe was accidentally self-inflicted. A search of the streamer's property found Eatley had an airline ticket to Istanbul for May 22nd, a bulletproof vest, ammunition, a rifle, and a shotgun. Now, I ask you this, dear audience, dear viewer, you're going to court for your debt, and then also because you got arrested. Why would you bring a one-way ticket? An airline ticket to Istanbul for May 22nd, for yesterday, when you had to go to court? Why do you have a bulletproof vest, rifle ammunition, a rifle, and a shotgun just with you while you're going to a court? Eatley has claimed self-defense. He was previously arrested in Nashville earlier this month for disorderly conduct, risking arrest and theft. A campaign that Eatley launched via Gibson Go prior to his streaming notoriety has raised over $270,000. It's weird that it doesn't say. Oh, here we go. I missed the whole part. Oh, it was initially set at 1.25, but has since been reset to $1 million as ruled by Judge Reed. There's been extensive crowdfunding efforts from Eatley's family, but the judge ruled that he won't be able to use any of that money raised after May 13th to pay the bond. Eatley, 28, has been charged. Okay, so after May 13th, you can't use that money. I want to see how much money he's actually raised, though. Crowdfund, which, let's be real, is most likely to be Give, Send, Go. I guarantee you it's Give, Send, Go. Look at that. Look at this. This is a man who would target black people, try to kill one, constantly using racial slurs against black people, and they gave him $273,000. And let's read about his audience. Dear friends, supporters, and champions of free speech, my name is Dalton Eatley, and I'm reaching out to you with a heavy heart, fighting to protect my family and my business. Just over 1 year ago, I started DLE contracting in Clarksville, Tennessee, out of sheer necessity. I was fired from my previous contracting job after BLM activists targeted me over words I shared online, jokes and opinions they twisted to end my career. With no other way to support my family and my precious 2-year-old son, I poured everything into the small business, working tirelessly to provide for my family and build a future. When was this placed? Because there's no way. But now my dreams are attacked, not for the quality of my work, but for what I say online. I've shared mild jokes, unfiltered thoughts, and yes, sometimes I've used the N-word and what I thought was edgy, harmless humor. Edgy, harmless humor. If we can just run the tape, if we can just run the tape real quick as to what he considers to be edgy, harmless humor,
Chud the Builder, known for starting and harassing people. Starting things and instigating and harassing people, shoots and kills a black man. That's what it's going to say all over the headlines. They're going to say, he was an innocent boy, he didn't do nothing. Nigga, pull it up.
By the way, that didn't do nothing is a racist dog whistle, in case you guys didn't know.
Watch me shoot this nigga. Hey, bro, pull up.
Watch me shoot this nigga.
Pull up.
White man says this.
Bro. I'm fucking
pull
shooting
up.
Your brains out.
I'm going to shoot your brains out. And these were nothing but harmless, edgy jokes. And sometimes I've used the N-words. I have not shown you guys a clip of Chud the Builder in which he hasn't said the N-word. I know it's controversial, but it's my right to speak freely. For that, hundreds of people in my city are slandering my business, spreading lies to tear down everything I work for. The hate has escalated to a horrifying level. I've received death threats so violent they shake me to my core. Says the man who calls black people chimps, says we're chimping out, and threatens to shoot black people. Interesting. People threaten to rape and murder me, even targeting my innocent 2-year-old with some unspeakable cruelty. As a father, hearing these threats against my little boy breaks my heart and keeps me up at night. And by the way, why is your online, if you have a company, if you have a what did he say? It was a contracting company or whatever, a small business, why the fuck is your online persona separate from your business? Why would you not be promoting your business? Why are you calling black people nigger? Why is that your output? How does that help your small business? From a pure money standpoint, how would that help you? Oh yeah, I love going to this contractor. He's my favorite contractor, especially when he just, denounces he doesn't believe in the Holocaust. I love when he just drops that nugget in. I love him so much. He did a really good job on my floors. And we had a really good talk about why Martin Luther King's actually the worst thing ever happened to the world. Like what? In the midst of this nightmare, a spark of hope emerged. I went viral on Instagram, gaining over 20,000 followers who connect with my story, my resilience, my refusal to be silenced. People are beginning to stand up for American ideals and values, which is racism. The platform is a chance to turn things around, but right now I'm broke. The slander has crushed my business's income, and I'm struggling to keep food on the table, pay our bills, and protect my family from this onslaught. I need your help. The donation will go towards covering basic living experiences to keep my family secure, exploring legal options to fight the slander and protect my family from these vicious threats, find new ways to create sustainable income for me and my family. This isn't just about the money. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How would people giving you money, by the way, create new ways to find for sustainable income for your family? How would someone giving you money create sustainable income? Because it looks like what was sustaining you was you being racist. And of course, it's on Give, Send, Go. This is the same apparatus. First off, Give, Send, Go is pretty much for conservatives, people who are racist. Like that white lady who called a little black boy an N-word and she got $500,000. Remember that? Remember? Shiloh Hendricks? Remember Shiloh Hendricks? Who called a black kid, a little black boy, a slur? April 28th, 2025. Allegedly accosting a black 5-year-old at a playground in Rochester, Minnesota. In the video, the man recording asked the woman if she called the child a nigger, and she responds by hurling the same slur at the man. The Give, Send, Go campaign immediately went viral on X, and the link to the page is mentioned over 25,000 times in the days that followed the circulation of the video. As of this writing, the campaign has received over 700,000 of its $1 million goal. I'm actually curious if I go to Shiloh Hendricks, Give, Send, Go, help protect my family, 838,000. Protect her family from what? Her being racist. Oh, Chud the Builder needs to protect his family from what? him being racist and trying to kill black people. Well, it's been 1 year since the park incident. It's been 1 year since I was stolen from, harassed, then followed to my car with my child. You were stolen from. It's been 1 year since I stood up for myself and didn't back down. You called a black 5-year-old kid the N-word. 11 hours ago. Giving another just to say that whites cannot be racist since the term was made up and that whites are the standard when it comes to what a human is. Meanwhile, oh look, Chud the Builder. Meanwhile, Chud the Builder is in trouble as of now and requires help from being chimped on by another N-word. So he's to be another big showcase of enough is enough of white erasure. Chud the Builder, no white guilt, freedom of speech, no white guilt, never back down. Just want you to know you have a lot of friends out there. Like, technically you didn't offend anyone. The man who recorded you and made the choice to share the online is the one who offended everybody. You deserve $1 million for not caving to the people who turn everything to crap with their touch. Nate Higgers. I lived near them for a year and I'm sick of them too. So why did I just do this? Why did I dedicate a pretty significant amount of time highlighting all of these people? Talking about the Nuisance streamers, going to the prank/social experimenters, to the aid poll, to Chud the Builder, and by extension, Shiloh Hendricks. Is that site specifically for racists? Yes, it is. But why did I talk about all of this? All of this, right? It's because all of this can only exist in a society which has given up on things like empathy and understanding and diversity and accountability, and it's all about grievances. We are living in an aggrieved society where people who have imagined slights against other groups of people through no fault of their own, simply because of their own personal failings, have now made it everyone's problem. Chud the Builder is a dog shit content creator. Clearly, he has to rely specifically on outrage. He's no different than those shock jocks. There's no different than those offensive comedians who can only tell jokes if they are attacking people's identities. The Tony Hinchcliffes of the world, right? The Ben Bonkas of the world, where if you remember, he was mad at a woman for not laughing at his jokes and ended his joke with her getting raped by Arabs, as he put it. When you live in a society like that, it foments all of this hatred and all of these untalented losers. These people who have nothing to offer anyone creatively are so miserable. They're so full of hate that they need to get it out, and not in a constructive way. They want to profit off of it too, because they feel as if they deserve the same amount of accolades and attention as the people who they envy. It's why if you look at all these creative spaces, and yes, streaming is a creative space. You look at that, you're now seeing more than ever, which is why I went through a little timeline, more than ever, you're seeing more and more and more people break their bones on being some form of bigot. It's, let's be fucking real. You're a mostly white content creator, a white male content creator, and your shit's not popping up. Why don't you just talk about DEI? Oh, look, I'm Tectone. I'm gonna talk about how much I fucking hate women. Women, especially OnlyFans. Yeah, because they're the worst. I'm going to talk about how much I hate OnlyFans models. I'm going to talk about how much I hate minorities. I'm going to call Rakai one of the worst things ever and call him, I think he did call him like a monkey or something like that because of like his mouth. But I'm going to do that Oh, look, I'm Asmongold. I'm going to talk about everyone's identity. I'm going to talk about how Indians are bad. I'm going to talk about how Somalians are bad. I'm going to talk about how Palestinians are inferior culture. I'm going to praise Iran being attacked. I'm going to do all those things. I have to be consistently offensive. Otherwise, I'm boring and I'm a man who's rotting alive in my mausoleum. Look, I'm Smash JT. I have to consistently talk about also Idpol, but specifically really hammer in on my personal enemies like Del Carter, because he's a black guy who had the audacity to outline your lawsuit. I'm going to go after Alyssa Mercante because she was a woman in the gaming space. I'm going to go after Alana Pierce because she's a woman in the gaming space. I'm going to go after Kim Bell. I'm going to go after Anita Sarkeesian. That's why, bringing it back to earlier, that's why I spent that week going over Anita stuff right after the Slay the Spire 2 thing came out, because it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They are all on this path. They're all part of this pipeline, this tier system, where it starts off as a nuisance streamer and it ends at Chud the Builder, because they are lazy. They're not creative. They're not talented. You look at the Daily Wire. Most of them are failed actors or screenwriters. They couldn't make it into Hollywood. So what did they do? They made their own little Hollywood, and that shit's fucking failing because they're not good at that. They're not creative. They're just aggrieved. You look at these comedians who have to go on Joe Rogan, who sucks as a comedian. Joe Rogan is not funny. He sucks as a comedian, but he has a large audience. So he becomes comedy now. So they go to Joe Rogan, but they all suck. So they talk about like, look at Biden. He sucks. Hey, you're a comedian. Make a joke. Be funny. They can't. Let's talk about politics. I'm Theo Vaughn. Let me have fucking Vice President. Did you even say sorry? Couchfucker JD Vance. I'm the Nelk boys. Let's bring Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm Aiden Ross. I want to have Trump on my stream. You're having Trump. Hey, it's me, XQC. Let me go on that stream too. Because this will be shocking and outrageous, and that will get me eyeballs. I'm telling you, that mentality, let's just be offensive. Let's just talk about how we're so aggrieved, how we can't say certain things, how we can't ask the question. Why can't we say this? Why can't we do that? All of that only comes from people who are not interesting or witty. They offer you nothing. And because they offer you nothing, they have to go that route. They have to. Chud the Builder's entire output is racism towards black people. That's it. That's his entire output. You know who's tuning into that? Racist people who hate black people. That's the audience they have to tap into. Who's tapping into Asmongold's content? Losers who think they can also be like Asmongold and luck into money. Who's tapping into Tectone? Also losers who have a fear or hatred of women. It's never anyone watching it because of their insight, because they don't have insight, or because of their wit and personality and charm and humor. It's because, again, we are living in an apathetic society. So they highlight that. And these people think, oh, well, shit, I'm a pretty shitty person. I have things I need to work on. But when I watch Chud the Builder, well, it's not bad as that guy, so I'm pretty good. I can stay who I am. Or, wow, I'm living vicariously through this guy. Hell, if we want to keep us strictly to the YouTube platform, which I'm on, look at someone like Synthetic Man. That guy's a fucking loser. A Nazi-loving loser. And yet he has a huge audience. Why? Because they want to see him be miserable. Because they enjoy that. Because they're also miserable. But no one's watching him because he has great insights. All his insights are the same as all other losers. He blames everything on Jewish people. He blames everything on people being queer, being black, or ugly women, or whatever. There's no real analysis there. But because he gives them that, because all he can give, because he's not intelligent, he's not witty, and this isn't me being mean, if you watch his content, he will tell you these himself. He will tell you these things himself. And of course, Andy Pants is the same fucking way. They're all the same way. These are people who are so aggrieved and untalented that they have to do this. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but look at Mr. Beast, right? I'm not a fan of Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast is also unoriginal. All his ideas are just existing from something else. Let's do Squid Games. Let's do fucking more Squid Games, but call it Beast Games. What if we just take parts of game shows and just make that into a video? What if we just stand in a circle? Let's put 100 people in a circle and I'll pay them money. My whole thing is I have lots of money. I will show you how much money I have and you will give me more money. He's not creative at all, right? So that's what he has to do to get people to watch his stuff. I'm going to spend $1 bajillion on this. Look at my Beast Games. It has the biggest cash prize and has the most contestants. Is it a good game show? No. He doesn't understand storytelling at all. His editing is too rapid fire. People don't give him a chance to invest in the characters. But that's like, I would rather have 100 Mr. Beasts than another Asmongold or Andy Pants or Chud the Builder. But it's still that I lack in this area, but I want to be in this field. So how do I overcome this deficit? And for most other people, it's get better. If you want to be a streamer, then you need to find a way to be entertaining. Okay. You need to be charming. You need to have some sort of appeal to you. But these people have never figured that out. So what do they go to? What is the basis instinct I can tap into that requires no thought process? Ooh, shiny picture. Look, lots of money. Look, racism. Look, bigotry. And now everyone's talking about me. Now I'm getting all the views. Now I'm talking about, I'm using buzzwords. I'm using buzzwords. So that means my content's good and people like it because a lot of people are watching it. But they have to consistently do this now. And then you start getting to the escalation problem, which I hinted out earlier, where they have to now do bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, or they risk falling off. Like, how, right now, you guys, I saw some people listing it. Just off the top of your head, you could probably name like 5 or 6 of those anti-woke channels that all talk about DEI being in games, right? How video games are bad because of minorities or consultant agencies. There are literally hundreds of these channels popping up every single day. Every single day. To the point where a lot of them, like I mentioned before, are starting to cannibalize. They are starting to eat themselves. Their audiences can no longer maintain watching 8 versions of the same thing. So the biggest one retains the audience and the other ones fall off. Like look at what's it? Geeks and Gamers, right? Geeks and Gamers, 400,000 subscribers. These are not good views for a channel with 400,000 subscribers. They used to get pretty good views. They used to get decent views, but now, not so much. They go live. They get pretty good live views, which is what their whole thing is now, just doing this all a single time. But again, for this channel size, these are not good numbers. The quartering, Jesus Christ, I could do a whole stream on that, which I won't. But the quartering, same way. And what happened with the quartering? The same shit I just talked about. The quartering, there's a video by June King who absolutely, went into super depth. I did watch it. It's a 3-hour video. I did watch it. But he went into depth about the quartering. But the quartering had the same issue. His shit was not popping off before, so he kept pivoting. First, he was unsleeved media. He was doing packaging and stuff with the Magic the Gathering community. Then he got kicked out. Then he tried to do the RC community. Then he said he sold the account or whatever. But he was constantly chasing views, pivoting his channel to just being full-on right-wing conspiracy bullshit. Just full-on, right? All of this. This is a channel with 2 million. The race wars just began. And again, 27,000. 27,000. So many of these channels exist. So how do you stand out? How do you stand out in a sea of untalented, rage-baiting, outrage content creators? Oh, well, easy. You just up the ante. So we go from pranks to this shit to Chud the Builder. Someone just asked, why waste my breath on any of these wannabes? Because it's important to understand how we got here. If ignoring these people was a valid strategy, then they would have never gotten to the point where they are. Ignoring these people are exactly the conditions that allow for them to get this far in the first place. That's why I don't ignore these people. And that's why I always cover this shit. Because it's to also tell you guys, to show you guys and people who may be going down this pipeline, there is no light at the end of that tunnel. The light's always going to be off in the distance. You're never going to reach it because you're going backwards. You're not building towards anything. And a lot of these people too are completely slaves to an algorithm that can change like that. They will do whatever they can. They will do whatever they can to have the most viewership, but that means they are nonstop hopping on trends, nonstop outrage farming. They don't build anything. Like put it this way. We're talking about Chud the Builder, right? Do you think that content's gonna last? Do you think a month from now people are gonna go back to one of its old streams and be like, damn, this was peak. This was awesome. I say the same thing about Twitter. I'm sorry, I say the same thing on Twitter, but I say the same thing about this platform, YouTube. All these creators who do this side of content, again, it's all of them. It's the Synthetic Men, it's the Vera Darks, it's the Smash ATs, it's the Asmonds, it's the Tech Tones, it's all those people, the Andy Pants, all the people I've ever talked about. How often do you think people are going, man, remember when Vera Dark was talking about woke modern audiences? I missed that video. That was such a good video. That was so enlightful. That was so funny. Remember when Smash AT talked about Alyssa Mercante for the 187,000th time? That was my favorite video. They're not doing that. These people aren't building anything. It's empty. It's a house of cards, which is a lot like these people themselves. They have nothing to offer. So these things don't build. I've been getting comments on videos I posted years ago that I've forgotten about. Why? Because something I said then, which I'm probably still saying now, resonated with somebody. And they maybe went back to my old stuff. Or maybe my old stuff's being pushed out to them. That's also why you're supposed to make, if you want long-term success on this platform, you need to make content that's also evergreen. You can still tap into the pulse of things, but you have to make content that's evergreen, not just flash in the pan. A lot of these people are doing flash in the pan stuff because we are, again, in a society now that's grievance-based. All these grievances are flashes in pans. That's why they hit on them so hard. Like 2 years ago, you couldn't go anywhere hearing about trans people in bathrooms, right? But that became so wildly unpopular that they stopped talking about it. Now when you hear about trans people, it's usually some other form of bigotry, but it's not like the bathrooms anymore. And now they're moving to just gay people in general. But all these grievances are always going to be flashes in the pan because they're not sustainable. How many times are you going to want to hear the same grievance over and over and over and over and over? I was in Noah Samson's chat earlier, and people he was watching, talking to Bad Empanada. The chat was telling him to move on. It had been going on too long. People get tired of shit. People get tired of shit, and we keep talking about the same thing, and at least in the same way, over and over and over and over and over. It gets to a point, dog. It gets to a point where it's like, all right, dude, we know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Like I know. Like again, like look at Very Dark, right? Again, 204,000 subscribers. 15, 20K, 66, 14, 21, 11, 28, 21, 21, 15. And you're just seeing the same. It's the same. It is the same stuff over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's the same thing over. All of them are the same way. They're all the same way. Yellow Flash, same thing. 481,000. Same shit over and 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 over. They all have the same talking points. They're all the same because they now have to be the same. Like, no one's going to go back and watch his older stuff, right? Because he used to be a comic book channel. God, this is what you look like? You used to be a comic book channel where he would talk about books. He would talk about his comics, right? He would talk about that shit. That was his output. That's where he started. Now look at this. Now, are the views higher than the other ones? Of course they are. But look at the frequency in which he has to talk about this shit, in which they have to fabricate this reality. They're all talking about the quartering now because it's acceptable to talk about the quartering now. But this is what I've always been talking about. They all copy each other. They're all the same. It's all the same shit all the time because they have to do this. They are not only beholden to the hatred and rage and addicted to it, they're also addicted to these numbers. So this is it though. But this is not building anything. No one's going to go back. No one's going to go back 2 days ago. And I really got to check in on this Yellow Flash video about 007 First Light Backlash, Fans Council Order Devs, Modern Values. I really need to watch this video. It's a really good video. But you know whose videos I do like to watch? I have watched so many of, I didn't finish this one yet. I have watched so many of Daryl Talks Games videos. And I'm talking about videos from months ago, some of them years ago. 2 years ago, I watched this video. I watched this video from 4 years ago. I did watch this video 5 years ago. I don't know why I didn't show up on here. But like, I could go back and watch his older stuff. And I would be equally as interested and amazed as I am with his current stuff. Because not only is this evergreen, but there's something here. He's building something. You can go back. You can watch their stuff. But when it comes to these other guys, you can't. I can watch a Jacob Geller video from 5 years ago. I can watch a, what's his name? A Chris Sendex video, who I'm also subscribed to, from months ago. I can go back and watch shit from a year ago. I watched this from 2 years ago. you can go back and engage in their stuff and enjoy their progress and all that stuff. Because these people are talented. They have something to say. But when it comes to the ones I've been talking about, the Chud the Builders, the Asmans or whatever, they don't. And they know that. They know that, which is why they do this. It's why Chud the Builder, in order to stay up here in people's minds, has to do that. No one's going to just pop a Chud the Builder stream on to hear his thoughts. No. Go be racist for me. No one's watching Yellow Flies videos to be like, I need you to analyze. No. Please tell me how everything's woke. That's like this whole plague of slop tubers. But specifically, this plague of hatred in the streaming community, in the content creation space. It's everywhere. It's touching content creators that you wouldn't even think it'd touch. Like, I used to watch a guy by the name of Matthew Santoro. And I haven't watched Matthew Santoro in a long time. In a very, very long time. He does listicles. He does 50 top, 10 best, 100 facts, all these things, right? And this has been his content forever. And he used to get crazy views. Crazy views. And I stopped watching after a while. And then I looked him up again. Here, here's what it looks like, by the way. And then I looked him up again, right? And it's like, boy has 5 million subscribers. And it's sad. I need some water, goddamn. Oh my God, I was dying. Holy shit. Well, like, yeah, he still does this. Now, mind you, when he was popping off, he was popping. Like he was getting, he was going off. He was going off. He was going off, right? And again, he was just doing the fucking, I mean, he even did something with Good Mythical Morning. You don't just get the Good Mythical Morning bump. But now he's washed. And apparently he's like a dickhead because in the DBD community, very entitled and toxic Dead by Daylight gamer. He's still toxic. He is still toxic reacts. Being Microaggressions, like he's a piece of shit, right? And I'm like, okay, fine. But his content never evolved. He was just this person. That's all he could do. Just fucking lists. That's it. Not that hard to do. It popped off when it did. But no one's going back and watching like, oh yeah, dude. And then watch this Matthew Santoro video from 11 years ago. Because it's not important. It doesn't build anything. Something's there. So the point I'm trying to get at here is, in case that wasn't clear, the reason why you end up with a Chud the Builder is because you got a Nick Fuentes. You got Nick Fuentes because you had like a Joey Salads. You got the Joey Salads because you had like an Ice Poseidon. There was that escalation. And the most important escalation is the Nick Fuentes stage, where that's why I group all the other ones. The people who are super radical online but don't let that transfer to the real life. That's to me, the most dangerous ones, because they're the ones who are radicalizing people like Chud the Builder, because they are creating this permission structure to do these things because it's good. And on top of that, if you look at our current political ecosystem, you have people talking about deporting millions of Mexicans. In fact, I just saw today that the Trump administration wants to make green card holders like leave the country, even if they're here legally. U.S. green card applicants will now have to return to home countries to apply. Change criticized by advocates marks the latest significant move by Trump administration on immigration policy. Foreigners seeking to adjust their immigration status in the United States to secure green cards will have to do so from outside the country via the State Department. The U.S. Citizen Immigration said on Friday in a move criticized by AGU, policy analysts, and immigration attorneys. An alien who is in the U.S. temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply. That's insane. That's insane. People apply for green cards in two ways: by applying at the consulate abroad or applying for a green card while the U.S. or already in the U.S., which is called an adjustment of status. Now, being here and applying for a green card doesn't automatically mean people were here illegally, okay? You could be here on like a visa or whatever. But there's new policy. Green card applicants in the U.S. will probably be required to leave while their cases are processed, particularly affecting mixed status families nationwide by forcing green card applicants to leave jobs, homes, relationships for an unknown amount of time. The agency is already struggling with backlog of visas and green card cases. So now this may seem like nothing in isolation, but take what I was talking about before. We are now in an apathetic society that focuses on people's identity as a way of exclusion. It's no secret that the Trump administration fucking hates non-white foreigners. So this is definitely done as a way to get rid of non-white foreigners. Now, will white foreigners be caught up in that? Sure. But the damage done will be to non-white families. That's the intention of it. So when this is what your administration of your country is doing, this creates permission structures to attack people who are others. If I am a loser white dude who has no future, who has to make a give, send, go in order to make money because of your racism, what am I going to do? Oh, what if I just become super racist? The government's okay with that. I'm getting views on my channel. They're okay with that. I'm going to blame BLM activists for getting me fired so a certain group can be on my side. That's all you have to do. It's just be white and be racist. And I say be white because when you're not white and racist, that's when suddenly people care. When you're Johnny Somali, everyone wants your ass in jail. But when you're Chud the Builder, let's give him $273,000 actually. Oh, it's just words, they say, when they call you a slur. But I should be able to get $1 million on Give, Send, Go because I called you so, and now my family's being threatened. Maybe, who knows? I'm a white woman named Shiloh Hendricks. But if I'm a black person, you're just asking for handouts. Like, do you see how that all that plays into each other? And it's in every facet of our society. It's in every facet of our society. That's why you see all my content talks about this in the gaming space. But it's just downstream from politics, or at this point, I guess the gaming is downstream. I guess politics is downstream from gaming because of Gamergate. But they influence each other. You don't get people talking about wokeness in video games without having people like Ron DeSantis being upset over CRT. You don't get people talking about the identity of video game characters being queer or trans or whatever when you don't have an administration trying to punish trans people for existing. You don't get Chud the Builder attacking black people unless there is already a permission structure out there that has made black people less than. which thanks to people again talking about wokeness and being anti-woke and anti-DEI and anti-affirmative action and placing all of that on blackness, this is where you end up. These things do not happen in vacuums. So when you see me talking about how, wow, people are being really fucking weird about Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's not because, oh, well, I'm an Ubisoft shill. I'm very clearly not. I have a video talking about how much I dislike the direction of Ubisoft. But it's because I can recognize that this is being used to further anti-black rhetoric. And when I was inevitably right, when people started making George Floyd edits of Yasuke, when people started highlighting all of that game, specifically because of Yasuke's inclusion and nothing else, it makes it really hard to ignore the fact that we are in a much more anti-black society. And that's saying a lot. Same thing when I talk about the way we treat women, how these guys could only view women through sexual needs, through dominance. Women must be big-breasted and subservient. They love, that's why people were being so critical of Eve from Stellar Blade, not because they can't handle sexy women, but because of the people who specifically only want women to be presented in that way, to take away agency. And they try to dress it up and like, oh, well, you guys are just tourists. You're this, you're that. It's like, no, we're just not morons. We see what you're doing. You wouldn't be this upset otherwise. If you weren't racist, why are you guys looking at Expedition 33's background characters to count how many NPCs are of color? If you weren't sexist, why is it every time there's a thumbnail of a woman who you find ugly, that becomes the entire reason why game is bad? Because you don't find a woman attractive. Why is it, again, like I said before, multiple times, why is it anytime they have a talk about Sony, they mentioned Intergalactic, even though there's been no information about Intergalactic? If you look up, anytime these losers talk about Sony, let's go back to our favorite loser, Smash JT. If you look up anytime they talk about Sony, unprovoked, you will see a picture of Jordan from Intergalactic, a game that has not released. It has not come out yet, right? Let's just see here. Let's see. I guess I could just type in Sony on his account. Oh, or Eric Ishii, of course. DOA, Eric Ishii, Concord. Oh, it's going to be years. Oh, god damn it. It's going to take forever to find this. Oh, you know how I'll go to? I know how I'll go to. Dr. Disaster. Now, this is the guy who fucking loves using Jordan in his thumbnails. There we go. Look at boom, right here, 6 days ago. And then we have Soros, Athlon, again, don't care about. Oh, here we go. Sony is now fully anti-consumer. Shipped up abandoned. PlayStation at the right time. And there's Jordan from Intergalactic, which is a video about Sony and Shift Up. He does this a lot, by the way. Like, pretty much. Yep, look. Every single time. Or Hassan, that's weird. But every single time he talks about like Sony, they mention her. Like a lot. Or they simply talk about Intergalactic when there's no information about it. Titles like Intergalactic, The Heretic Prophet won't come to PC because Sony is terrified of Steam. Weird how he focuses on Intergalactic. But I mean, I've shown you enough of these guys' disgusting thumbnails. Anytime there's a woman they don't find attractive, they put them on the thumbnails and then they make a bunch of fucking AI versions of them. Mind you, if you type in Intergalactic, The Heretic Prophet, most of the time you're going to see content, it's from this guy. There's barely anything about this game. This game has not come out. There's no new information. And they're still talking about this 2 months ago, December, talking about this. All because they do not find her attractive. That's it. It's always the same kind of thumbnail, yes. But it's always because they don't find her attractive. That's literally it. That's it. This game had one trailer, no updates. And people were talking about it 7 months ago. Fucking 5 days ago. 11 months ago. There was no news. There is no news about this game. But because they find her unattractive. Also, famously, same thing they did with Joanna Dark, right? For the Perfect Dark. That's where they start the whole term. Look at this. They turned Joanna Dark into Jomana Dark. If we get specific, we just talk about her chin. You'll see so many people. Woke Twitter loves her. Chins are woke now. Yes, Stephanie Sterling, you're correct. New Perfect Dark woke man chin. That's the game. Perfect Dark design and melts down and demands a gamer purge. Wagner knows why. Perfect fans slammed up with hating character design. Of course she looks good. But to these people, because they don't like her, this is what they do. If we just talk about, let's just say ugly women in games, right? You'll see why modern gaming sucks. Ugly characters everywhere. Why are ugly women everything now? Western developers, ugliest depictions of women in video games. Woke scourge of ugly women. Female game developers make everything ugly. Ugly video game characters are annoying. Explosion to grift. Good job. A woman's thoughts on MJ unattractive video game character design. Why are females in American games so ugly? It's the same fucking grifters. It's this abuser, Sael. It's Jezebel. It's Jezebel again. It's Sydney Watson, Odin. It's Mugen Lore. It's Andy Pants. It's Critical Gamer. It is literally the same people talking about the same topics over and over and over and over and over again. But because they do not find these women attractive, that becomes their sole focus. That becomes their sole focus for anything. Why is Intergalactic going to be bad according to them? Because they think the character's ugly. They also thought Code Violet would be good. They thought Code Violet would be a banger. And it sucks. So they barely talk about it. Notice how when I typed in other games, you saw all these people pop up. You type in Code Violet, none of them show up. None of them show up at all. Not a single one. Not a single one. But when I type in like Dragon Age Velguard, the people still holds up. How to Ruin the Factory, The Biggest Mistake. Yes, it's the cutscene from there. It's a Gundam. Dragon Age Velguard made for the modern audience. Dragon Age Velguard just launched off, but these guys are both grifters, by the way. Look how much more they pop up. Look how much more they pop up. I think they only recently changed Assassin's Creed Shadows because they moved off from that game. But that shit was everywhere. By the way, I think this guy like low key hates lots of games, but yeah, they moved off from this game. But you guys remember when you typed in Assassin's Creed Shadows when it was coming out, how much just a pure deluge of just straight up racism there was about this game. But that's besides the point right now. This is what they do because they have to do this. They have to all the time. Hi, TZBN. Have some points opinion by your needed videos, and I feel like some of those opinions can be shared with the video I told. I am not playing Slay the Spire 2. I'm gonna be real. It's late, so I'm probably not gonna watch it today. But if you want to send it, I guess I can look it up later on. Because it's almost midnight now. Do you have to work tomorrow? But wait, what? Chud woke, slop floodgates open. Yes, exactly. Like, but this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Everything now is just this all the time. If we lived in a just society, we would never have to deal with a Chud the Builder. But we don't. We live in a society. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You want to talk about people who don't let shit go? Ubisoft admits they're losing billions. Slop like Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I'm gonna guess Star Wars
In 2020
and Outlaws. Yeah, okay. This has nothing to do with Star Wars or Assassin's Creed, by the way. Just so you know. I'm not gonna watch this video because she's an idiot. But like, this is 11 days. This is 1 day ago. Still harping. She's still harping on Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, apparently the only games Ubisoft has released in the last 5 years is Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. That's it. That's the only games they've released. But again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. They can't move on. They can't give you any other analysis. They can't do anything. Like, she has to do this all the time. All the time. And not just her. Everyone I mentioned, they have to do this all the time. And they're at like that tier 3 what I was talking about. Right? Where they all do this all the time. It's all they can do. And then Chud the Builder is the next step. Because you take this rhetoric of this othering of people, this constant attack of someone's identity, and you combine that with the need to always one up in order to stand out because you have no talent and aren't interesting, and you end up that way. And now you're going to see a whole bunch of content creators, like you saw previously, going to try to one up that. And in a sense, you're kind of already seeing it. I didn't mention this before, but you're seeing that shit with the people who are like the pedophile hunters, right? The people who do, I think, who's like a big one of those? But you're seeing there's some people who do like these like pedophile hunters, right? Where they're like, oh, we're gonna beat the shit out of people on Twitch. We're gonna beat the shit on people on Kick, right? And it's like that doesn't. Yeah, here we go. The like predator hunters. Yeah, like Gideon and Vitaly and shit like that too. Like and it's like you're not doing anything good here. You're not doing anything good here. like you're people who like, oh yeah, let's do this predator hunting shit. I'm like, you're doing more harm than good. You're doing more harm than good. In fact, you're doing no good. Because all you're doing is sensationalizing these people, and then you're not even like, they're not even going to like jail. You're saying, okay, if I get to beat you up, if I get to basically torture you for content, that's good enough. I distinctly remember fuck, I was in that Louis Theroux documentary when he was with HS Tiki Taki, and HS Tiki Taki, I hate that name so much, met up with one of his boys, and he was a known like pedophile hunter or whatever. And when he was asked, he was like, why do this? He's like, oh, well, I think like having a predator like drink piss or get slapped is it's more embarrassing than like anything, right? So won't do it again. It's like, no. If anything, they might just go underground now. Like you're probably making it harder for these people to actually be dealt with because you're using them as content. And I'm pretty confident they're not working with law enforcement. So then it's just literal content. Like it's just content. I can't speak for Gideon because he says that he says that there's trained professionals and shit with him or whatever. But like, oh, because he just watches it. But it's the thing too, like, no, is this him? Wait, is that actually him? That's him. Like, to me, this is fucking terrible content. And the reason why is, again, you're just making money off of this. This isn't like a To Catch a Predator type of shit. This is like, I don't even fucking understand this shit. I don't get this shit. I don't like it. It's too close. It's too close to just like exploitation. And I also think it's weird to be like, we are watching Predator watching and stuff like that, and then it's like low tier God rejects his own daughter. I feel like that's not in keeping. That's not in keeping with, you know what I mean? That's in fact that's keeping up with the whole I catch predators and things. But just in general, it's like predator catchers on like YouTube and all that shit, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think this should be content YouTubers are making. Because a lot of them just stage shit and they fight and all that stuff too. And it's like it's not. Oh, the Crash Dams talk about this, but yeah, it's just content. Yeah, it's like it's not there. Like I've seen stuff where people are just like making the predators who are or people who they suspect to be predators, which means that there's at best nebulous evidence against that for that claim, doing like humiliation rituals. And it's like you gotta make certain, first and foremost, you gotta make certain that if you're gonna call someone like a fucking predator, like you're a pedo, you need to have data. You need to have evidence. You need to have, at the very goddamn least, a preponderance of evidence for that to be more likely the case than not. Otherwise, you're just creating controversy and you're potentially ruining people's lives because this shit is serious for YouTube clicks. which I don't like. Oh man. Well, you guys, it's almost midnight, and I do have to go to work tomorrow. The special work I'm doing, I'm supervising something at work, so I have to go tomorrow. But before I go, I do want to say, if you sometimes you're just like TTBN, I just want to see you play games. I got you. I got you. I got you because look here. On my other channel, TTBN Plays, which has 380 subscribers, which we should pump those numbers up. We did a whole stream.
Ah, I see.
We did a whole stream. Now watch this.
That's a shame.
I got the achievement all for nothing.
Was right. Well, hopefully, you'll still like to play trivia with.
So if you want to see what the hell that was about, you gotta subscribe. You gotta subscribe to. Look, I have one video out, and there will be more videos. There will be more videos out. I'm gonna be changing things over here. Okay, don't ignore the banner, ignore the profile thing, but we'll be uploading more here, and I will be uploading more games here. So if you guys just wanna. Now, here's the thing, though. I'm only streaming on YouTube when it comes for this channel. So if you want just strictly gaming stuff, I'm not doing it on Twitch. I'm doing it on YouTube only. So if you're interested in the gaming videos, you can watch these videos, only 12 minutes. I have to start promoting shit, so shameless self-plug on my own page, I know. But this was a 3-hour video. 3-hour live stream, almost 4 hours. You guys got a 4-hour live stream before this stream. And this stream's longer. So don't act like don't believe you guys got less content from me. But yeah, get in on the ground floor. We're bringing back old school gaming YouTube. We're just playing games and having fun. That's what this is all about. Go join. Do it now. And I will be back next week for you guys. Thank you for all joining, but it is now not time to sleep. Later.